Hi, welcome to Saturday night's Let's Talk Geeky. And tonight we're talking vampires.
Enough of that. So thanks for joining us. We are going to look at what we do in the shadows. That'll be where we start, and God knows where we'll go from there. This was a recommendation from Windology, and I must admit, weird as hell, but funny as
we were howling laughing earlier watching it a second time because it was so funny.
Yeah, and I must admit it was very it just reminded me of two. We did talk about it earlier, and it did remind me a bit of the young ones, but I think it actually, to me, it was very Alan Partridge meets Dead and Loving It, Leslie Nielsen. It just seemed to come across of the tightest humour, and with the Alan Partridge stuff, that was a very mockumentary. The crew following them around. It just reminded me of that, and I thought, why have I missed this? 7-year-old, and I missed it. I had seen stills from it and people talking about it, but I had no idea what it was about. And I must admit, I was very pleasantly surprised again. But another weird one went.
I'm pleased you were pleasantly surprised. It does have its weird moments for sure. It's very weird. But it is so funny. There's in my view, it has a few misses, but it has more hits than misses.
Yeah. There was one or two wee bits. I thought it was a wee bit. It went nowhere, or the way they were talking about it seemed to go nowhere. But they were so few and far between. It's I suppose like a documentary. Certain things get said and nothing comes of it.
The best scene in it for me is the opening scene where the alarm clock is going off
and it goes,
and the hand comes out of the coffin.
No, it's the bit when he actually tries to hover up and then he gets stuck halfway.
It was the bit just before that for me where his hand comes out of the coffin and slaps the top of the alarm clock because Darren was practically falling off the settee because that's me in the morning.
See, I do that. I do that with mine. Mine's has got 2 settings. It's got alarm with no snooze button, and then 15 minutes later an alarm with a snooze button. Because I know fine well if I hit the snooze button, then I'll get 2 alarms. So it's a case of yeah. So yeah, mine's is like that. Just sit there, just waiting for the button to press. Wide awake, lying in bed, just try to get the last 5 minutes of sleep. But you're wide awake, just waiting for the button to go. Shut up, like my lie.
But it plays well on the whole thing that, okay, yes, they're vampires, but they still have all the human traits. Like all of us knows well the snooze button in the morning. There's the only thing that can defeat the snooze button is a cat that wants breakfast.
Yeah, we've got one of those as well. What I loved about this particular opening scene was it's so perversely funny that a vampire has an alarm clock and he reaches out his coffin to turn the alarm clock off. It just cracked me up.
I think it was things like that. It reminded me of Dead and Loving It. It was the silly taking the vampire tropes and then just sort of subverting them a wee bit. And with the mockumentary way of it, I thought, it got me from that. It literally got me from that for the simple fact is reaching out, switching off the alarm clock, and then the coffin opening, and then coming halfway up, and then getting stuck and sort of looking around and going all the way up. It's just one of those things. And then when they had the 4 vampire types, which I like, they had Peter. Which I found funny because that's actually the way I'm going.
Peter was brilliant. He was my favorite. He was a proper Count Orloff type
Yes.
Nosferatu.
Yeah.
He was like
The original
8,000 years
vampire.
old. So I feel.
But it was the fact he's going down. He's going, oh, it's a wee bit because I'll bring you a brush to a rib cage and spinal columns. Maybe brush it up a wee bit. It's just the way he's going on to him, talking to him, and even when he's waking the rest of them up, he opens Vlad's room, and then the door shuts. Then he opens it again, and he's looking and going, "What was that?" So
what happened to the fun stuff that was going on just when I opened the door the first time? I thought that was actually a very clever play, and something that was surprisingly well done throughout is it's not exactly visual effects, but it is the whole thing with werewolves and the changings and the eyes, and when they add visual effects, it actually adds to the story rather than relying on it being part of the story.
yeah, I just noticed Archer's your T-shirt. It either is or it isn't, and based on your binary, you're one short.
The
You've
only
got
thing I'm
0,
missing
0.
is the 0.
Yeah, there's 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. So there's the
Yeah,
0.
but the thing is, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. There's no 0 in 1, 2, 3.
Yes, but that's the only thing it's missing from that. Is a 0, 0. It's so basically nothing missing.
Well, as it says, binary says it's as easy as 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1.
Just
And that's what I like about the
yes.
binary language. It's a language. You don't need to know mathematics. You just need to know the language.
Well, the good thing is binary was basically Scottish because there's only two options: yes or no. Binary, developed in Scotland. Honest God. But anyway, so who was your favourite character in it? We've all got a favourite character we must have. I've
For
only
me,
seen
it's
it
Stu.
twice because I hadn't seen it before, and I've got a favourite character.
For me, it's Stu. He has
Stu.
no clue what's going on. He's still kind. He's still generous. He's still
Yeah. Stu is brilliant.
yeah.
That's an interesting one. I think it's Peter for me. And the second, I would say it's a tie between Peter and Viego, because Peter is obviously not in it as much as we'd hoped, but Viego is my favorite as well, and that's played by Taika Waititi, who also co-directs the film, and stars in it, which is
how some of his movies are really a very good one. There's been a couple I've seen is really good, but there's been one or two. It's a case of but it just goes to show hit and miss. But if he's directing them and starring them, he seems to do a lot better.
I very much agree on that one.
Yeah.
I've seen plenty where he's been. I don't want to say it's stuck behind the camera, or he's trying to do like the woke culture promotional for whatever it is he's like help make. But when he's writing in front of the camera, behind the camera, that seems to be his really strong forte. He has good balance between, he knows what to direct, he knows what to show, he knows how to make a scene actually worthwhile.
Yeah. The one I like, I must admit, is Deacon. Deacon, I liked the character, but one of the side characters I liked was it Aaron, the werewolf? That was one of my dogs going. Just don't know where that came from. But is it Aaron or I'm sure it was Aaron. I liked him, the alpha dog. Just the way he's trying to get him. Remember where werewolves, not sharewolves, or swearwolves, and stuff like that coming out of that. Remember your tracksuits because your legs were into them. You're going to lose those trousers. Get that jacket off. You just bought that. And no, let's try to get them all ready.
That was so funny, yeah. And it's like you said, it was like he was almost camp. He was like, remember, we're not swearwolves, we're werewolves.
Yeah. It was just the whole way around it. It was just a case of so I liked Deacon, but it's from the main cast. But the side characters, I liked the werewolves, and I liked. Was it Aaron or Ashley? No, it was Aaron. I liked his character, and it was just the first time I saw him, I thought I recognise him from somewhere, and it's because I was watching Jim Carrey's Yes Man a couple of weeks ago, and I think he was in that. So I recognised him from that. I'm sitting there thinking there's something else I've seen him in. So I think it was the Yes Man, because that was the only Jim Carrey one I've seen in the last wee while. Because he was in a couple of scenes with Jim Carrey. So, and that's every time I saw his face, I thought, why am I thinking Jim Carrey? So it must have been something like that. But I just think the way he was just doing it reminded me of a wee bit of something that happened in The Almighty Johnston's, which is a New Zealand directed movie or TV show, should I say. And this had some aspects from that. And obviously, it's meant to be set in New Zealand and stuff like that. I thought was quite interesting. Even the bit where the camera crew have been given the assurance and all wear crucifixes. And wee silly things like that with the documentary, it just sort of gives it. Then you see, well, how would that work with the werewolves with the camera crew? Then you obviously find out later on how it works with the werewolves and the camera crew. So the reassurances didn't work well. But I must admit, Deacon and Aaron were my two favourites. And I think it was because they were so different. Deacon being the bad boy, the young buck initially, until they bring in Nick. Which I was surprised they brought in Nick. It just seemed to come in quite quickly, if you know what I mean. It just seemed to start, whereas they went from the feeding to, you've got, when you see Peter, he's basically, there's all the skeletons, so he's obviously eating them all. Yet he's the one that's turned more people than anyone else.
I
So
thought that was quite odd that you wouldn't expect Peter to be the one to turn people, that
yes,
he would just shred them and
yeah,
and devour them. But
yeah, it was only because you saw the bit where there's the bones and all that scattered around, so it implying that he's the one, and yet he's the one that actually turned Deacon, and he was also the one that turned Nick. And it just seemed weird. I could have seen Vlad doing that, but with a woman, or I could have seen um, Deacon doing that because just he's the new guy, so he doesn't want to be the new guy, so he wants to bring somebody else in, something like that. The dynamics there, but I just that was the weird bit. But then again, I suppose I think they did shoot something, was it 200 plus hours, and then they had to take it down to 90 minutes. So there might be different stories out there of the same movie, which could have been fun. Because I read that there was over 200 hours shot, and a lot of it was they were getting them to improvise their character. So I can imagine it'd be different ways of done. But anyway, I must admit it was just one weird one. God knows what yous are going to recommend next.
we've gone through some of the really weird ones now. Kafka will be my next weird one to recommend.
Yeah. I thought I honestly thought I had a really weird sense of humor, and then those ones, because there's some movies out there people go, huh? And I go, yeah, I really like it. I'm not going to talk about any movie in particular, but it's that type of thing. And then there's movies like that, and I'm sitting there thinking, how did I miss them? Because I love Alan Partridge, and it's very Alan Partridge, the mockumentary type. Not the TV show as in Aha with Alan Partridge, but the one with the Alan Partridge when he's doing the mockumentary about being a DJ in Norwich, doing his 3 a.m. slot and stuff like that, where the camera's meant to be following him and he's talking to the camera and he's being embarrassed in front of them. That one, it's very like that, and I'm sitting there thinking, how did I miss this? You know what I mean? I just don't know. I'm just waiting for the next one.
Well, the film definitely has there's a lot of feel that most of what actually made it through to the premiere, it's just improvised.
Yeah.
It's like, we'll have you sit down here and pretend you're a vampire or something along those lines.
Yeah. And Colin, I would definitely recommend it. I hadn't seen it before. And I was enthralled. It was just one of those ones where, yes, if there was real life vampires nowadays, someone would do this. Even down to the fact is they even go on about how they had it written down their safety of the crew with their crucifixes and stuff like that.
They did have fun with that. They did that really well.
Yes. And even the secret society, and they're getting filmed, and the people around them are constantly looking at the camera as they're walking past and stuff like that. So it's very well acted. There's parts in it. You see people in the background sort of go as if to say, "Oh, there's a camera there," and it's just people, just the extras in the background, because they're not saying anything, they're not concentrated on anything. They're just wee bits in the background, and you just see the reaction as somebody would see if you were walking in with a camera crew, just as you walk past. They just sort of follow it as if to say, "What the hell's happening there?" And it was wee things like that I thought was really good. But I would definitely say yes, give this one a go. Very funny, yep. And I must admit, I'm going to see if I can get a hold of it. Is the Amazon one, the TV series is on Amazon as well? I know the movie was on Amazon.
Yes, the TV series is, it's on, I think it's on FX, and we just watched it earlier. Darren might be able to put it in the chat because I can't remember. My apologies to everybody. My voice isn't the best tonight.
Yeah.
I've got the plague, but not the plague.
Not the. You got that, not the.
I have been tested.
Not the current year plague. Just
no, it must be some other form of pestilence because the test came back negative for the current plague. So it's some other choice form of pestilence.
Yeah, any worse, we'll hand you a chicken in a bag then.
Yeah, I am gonna be like, I'm like Peter most mornings. You can ask Darren.
Yeah,
Diego with the alarm clock, and then Peter until I have my coffee.
Yeah. And Colin, we're basically at the moment we're talking about the movie. The
thing that's spawned
we can look at next year to see, we can then do a comparison. Because coming up is nearly the Christmas time. Or Thanksgiving, then Christmas. You need to do a Thanksgiving movie at the end of the month, isn't it? Thanksgiving's at the end of November. Correct.
Sure.
We need to do a Thanksgiving one.
Thanksgiving is the final Thursday in November.
Yeah. Well,
whatever that falls on.
The final Thursday is the 25th, and we've got a stream on the 27th. Do a Thanksgiving movie, because there's a few good ones out there. But we need to think about what is a Thanksgiving movie. Is it a movie about Thanksgiving, or is it a movie that just so happens to have Thanksgiving in it?
I'm gonna say, for me, a Thanksgiving movie, even though it doesn't take place during Thanksgiving, it's Groundhog Day, because it's through and through American.
Well, it's Bill Murray, you know what I mean? Can't go wrong with
but
Bill
it's
Murray.
still through and through American, which is why I think it's that is something I might be watching
Aye.
during
Well,
that season.
see, I was thinking of one of the vacation movies.
Oh,
Chevy
National
Chase.
Lampoons.
Yep.
Isn't it? Yeah.
But then again, there's the Steve Martin one, the one with all the kids.
Oh, Dirty by the Dozen.
Yes, Cheaper by the Dozen. Yeah,
Cheaper by the
and
Dozen.
I'm talking about the Steve Martin one, not the original one, which is a lot better. So there was one that's a copy of.
Well, I'm sure we're alienating every single American.
No,
Just
no,
saying
no.
that these films because they're not the typical Thanksgivings things that you would
But
watch.
there's a thing. What would you, being American, watch at Thanksgiving?
I have to try and remember. Besides the American football, that's always a big football day, I believe. I tended to watch. My dad and I used to watch Mighty Joe Young.
Oh,
Yeah,
now there's a movie and a half.
yeah, that was one of his favorite
Standing up
films, and
with a piano.
I used to watch that with him. We used to watch Zulu right around that time of year.
You've had great taste.
He certainly did.
It certainly did.
And he passed it on to me, bless him.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dad.
Yeah, Mighty Joe Young, I must admit. Do you know why they made Mighty Joe Young? They wanted a similar vein to King Kong, but they wanted a happy ending one. So they did.
Yeah, I still
Yeah.
have trouble watching it.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to watch what he has to go through.
Mhm.
And what he goes through at the hands of humanity. But it is a film that we used to watch religiously every year about that time.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. I've not seen that in about 4 or 5 years, Mighty Joe, and I love it.
I
think it's
have
the
to
last time
admit,
it's one of the six.
I don't think I could watch it again if I'm honest, because I think I would get too upset. Because it's
But
like,
the good thing is it's got a happy ending, and I think that's
Yeah.
it. So you see all the crap he goes through, but you look at Kong, he went through crap, and
oh, I
it
know.
was a
And he
happy
was
ending.
so let
Home
down.
to my
Yeah.
mum, that was the movie I cried at when I was 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But that's why movies stick with you, because they're so heart-wrenching. And
Trying to think what else we watched at Thanksgiving. That part of my brain is starting to slowly decay.
saying nothing, I'm saying nothing.
You
Thanks,
see,
Saf.
us.
I've been
shall we
here for too
say,
long now.
Non-Americans, we get the Friends TV show where everybody's like screaming and shouting at each other and arguing, and then there's some American football going on in the background.
Yeah.
But that's basically it. There is nothing about. Is there a film? Is there more tradition to it?
It's more Christmas where you get the film traditions. I mean, my dad and I watching that film was more of a family tradition. But Thanksgiving, as you said, Jim, is more about watching the American football and just having a massive amount of food all day. And then
Basically, a Scottish Saturday.
and then having a huge sort of leftover day the following day and just being a couch potato all day because you was so full of food from the day previous.
See, it sounds perfect. That used to be a Wednesday.
The only good seasons to, shall we say, add effort into are the ones that give you food coma. You've had so much food, you have good friendship, you're just sinking down on the sofa and you're just feeling absolutely content with what's going on. Doesn't matter what it is, you've had food, you're in a warm house, you're
Yeah, you
enjoying
don't care.
friendships and everything. Yeah, you don't care. That is.
Yeah, it's a bit like our Boxing Day here.
Yes. I suppose the Boxing Day is the one after Christmas. You're just the lazy day to relax.
Big fry up.
Yeah.
You know.
And there you go. Planes, trains, and automobiles. John Candy and Steve Martin.
Oh, I love that film.
That is superb.
And
Yeah.
I remember watching John Candy on Second City TV with Rick Moranis, Bill Murray. I think Bill Murray was on Second City early on. And he was superb. I liked him in Stripes with Bill Murray as well.
Yeah. I liked him in Uncle Buck.
I haven't seen that one.
Uncle Buck, John. That's John.
I know
Candy.
of it, but I haven't seen it.
Aye.
So
That
there
is
you
a
go.
super film. But then again, there's accordingly a version of Uncle Buck which is different, which is out there somewhere. They cut a lot of bits out because they wanted to make it a particular rating. But accordingly, there's some part, there's a different cut of the movie out there somewhere. Any film about turkeys. It's Thanksgiving.
I was just
Oh,
noticing.
I'm certain Disney has made one.
Oh, you can
At
guarantee.
least one.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just
Definitely.
loving the line you chose for the scrolling banner on the bottom. Leave
Yeah.
me to do my dog bidding on the internet.
You think the dark bidding in the internet part will get them to like, share, and subscribe? I've been stuck at
Oh,
139 for a wee while. I'm trying to get a couple more.
we'll have to sort that out, BJ.
Yep. Need to
Make
get them
that
right.
happen.
Need to start bribing them really, really much. But I must admit, I've had a great weekend. Just for the simple fact is, a couple of good movies this week: Repo Man and What We Do in the Shadow. Had a couple of things that ordered from eBay come through. A couple of things that I went out today just for a wee shifty around, and I found some fun stuff. A couple of
Oh,
other things from charity shops as well. So I've got charity, I've got eBay, and I've got shopping.
well,
And
now you're teasing us.
Yeah.
some really, really good stuff. In my
Ah.
personal opinion.
Anybody else?
Actually, I love this. Now I've got this working properly.
I'm gonna go for the talking a bit more about what we do in the shadows before
Yes.
you lose me, and
Yep.
then I'll stay in the chat for a while after, so I can still jump in. But my voice is just slowly disappearing.
Yeah,
Definitely, and you
we're
need
trying
to
to
keep that
save
for as
we
much as
can,
possible for
probably.
tomorrow for your show.
Thank you.
So I must admit, I think just the way they actually went about this. The good thing is they did cutscenes. So 2 months later, a few months later, a few days later, things like that. So they were just giving you the basics of things, day-to-day working. They didn't actually, 3 days before the party, then all this. So you had the day-to-day working, getting
Yeah.
ready for the party. They actually had the big jumps. So
They
like,
didn't waste time.
yeah, exactly. It was quite a coherent story. For the simple fact is, it didn't just flip between them. It actually told you a few days later, or a few weeks later, or a few months later, and it allowed you to actually understand that, right, they're showing you their day to day. Even the bit where he was trying to kill that girl and the blood's going everywhere, and he's going, that was a wee bit messy, and it happened with his wee napkin, his blood all over him, and he's going, his wee napkin.
But I like the setup to that whole part, because you have the house meeting in the beginning.
Yes.
And the other vampires is going, who's putting down papers and towel?
And
he's going,
he's talking to the girl, putting down the towels. He's got a big pile of the towels. He puts them down, and you see him talking to her, and he said, yes, what are you going to be doing? Oh, university. Let's just put up.
I'll be traveling all over Europe. I'm going to go to Spain and France and Italy and the whole thing.
Even
and you kind of get a slight build-up that he might not go through with it.
Yeah, it's all.
But
it's very. standoffish because you don't know, because he comes across as someone who's not entirely sure of himself.
Mm.
We'll just move that out the way. It's almost like a wee nibbly type thing. But I love the cops.
The cops are great.
What happened with Peter? Try and no spoil it too much, but when the cops turn up, we heard a lot of noise and a lot of screaming. You'll not find anything unusual in here. Oh, and then they're hanging off the roof, and the cop goes, "What's that up there? Did you notice that up there?" And the other cop goes, "What? No smoke alarms." There's one of the vampires standing up in the corner, and there's no. It's just played straight, and that was another thing. It was played straight all the way through it.
Yeah.
It wasn't played like you would play like the young ones, where they would do silly things,
Yeah.
just to make it laugh out loud funny. They played it all straight, as if this is their life, and it was.
That's what makes it so funny, and that's why I think it works.
I think it was because it was so seriously done. Like, for instance, when the hand comes out and turns the alarm clock off, or when he tries to come out the coffin and gets stuck halfway, it's just, and he's looking over dead nervous and all the way up and sort of, it's all that. It's almost like a case of when the police come in, and then there's a dead body lying there, and the police look at this. Is he well? Come on, this is terrible. You shouldn't do this. You need to put a cover over him in case he wakes up drunk. And it's almost a case that because he's turned around and hypnotized him. Well, he tells him, "You'll not see anything unusual." And then he says to the camera, "I'm not very good at hypnotizing. This could stop at any time. They could snap out of it." And then the policeman goes, "What's that up there?" "No smoke alarm." And then later on, they're down and see the body.
It's the thing. He's literally like, he's pulling out his like spot searchlight torch and just like aiming it straight at the character, like hovering up in the ceiling in the corner. It's like, we're in the middle of something here. We have a battle going on because there's friction within the household team members, or whatever you want to call it. But he's just going, "Oh, would you look at that? Do you see that?" And he's literally pointing right at the vampire, like hovering up in the ceiling, and he's just going, "There's no smoke alarms around here."
Yes. And it was even the bit when they're down in the basement and there's the dead body, and he goes, "Look, no more, not even any smoke alarms here." "Yes, there is." "Oh, look, they've got all the smoke alarms here." Within this, literally just, he says, "There's no smoke alarms." "Yes, there is." "Oh, look at all the smoke alarms." It's just literally, it was just done so straight, so well done. It actually just straight into that line. There's no, it was just a case of, it was said, and it was just, you blink and you miss it, but it was just so well done that they just.
I really like that part, that there is no, despite that the film has a lot of visual effects and everything going on.
That's the thing, they didn't have a lot of visual effects, but they used them really, really well.
They used them exactly when needed. They didn't need to use the visual effects for the coppers or whatever the Australian or New Zealand police would be called, but when they're in the house and like trying to inspect everything, they're not using visual effects. They're just playing over the scenes. The vampire obviously sees the Peter. He's there on the floor. The vampire hunter has like a massive concrete slab on top of him. Tons of like Buffy the Vampire Slayer stakes sticking out of his chest and everything. But they play it so well that it's like they can see stuff in front of them. You can tell the actor sees, yes, this is the scene, but they're trying to.
They've been told that they see something unusual, so
they're doing the improv so well on that.
Did you see the bit when they were looking at the vampire hunter, and they've got the stakes, and they're going, "Do you think he sands them down himself? It looks like Cheers leg. It's really well done." And they're actually complimenting him on his work.
And it's like really soft and smooth.
They were it's the fact that they're complimenting him. That it looks really well done. Do you think he actually sands it down himself? He's got a machine to do it. And as you're sitting there thinking, it's just the way they were handling it. Even when Nick came in and says, "Yeah, I recognise him," And you remember the bit when he actually talks about it, when he's going, "I'm a vampire," to everybody, and the guy goes, "I'm a vampire hunter." He goes, "Yes, you are," and because I've just told you I'm a vampire.
He was using slightly more colorful language.
Yes,
but
of course.
like, oh yeah, sure.
I'm trying to be a good boy. I'm trying not to say a lot of.
Right, I'll break the taboo because we're 30 minutes in. Usually YouTube stops watching and they don't do any algorithm search or anything. But the curse words like fuck or above that, they use it sparingly, but at the very right moment. It's definitely warranted to say such a thing when they do say it. And I think that is something that is fairly unique in a film, that they know they can use the language, but they save it until it actually means something. So that it's not willy-nilly, it's not all over the place, or we want to be a PG-13 film, so therefore we can only say the F word 3 times in a 2.5-hour movie.
Yeah, well, they definitely don't want to watch The Ranch then, because that's all they do. Every single character.
Yeah, you see, for me personally, I do not care, but I do appreciate.
It has to be in the right context.
Applicability. You need to add a context, not just someone just swearing all over the place, anytime, every time. It needs to have that particular moment.
And see if somebody actually changes it. It goes down the route of Crocodile Dundee. Did you ever see the edit where they were trying to make it more PG? So every iteration of the word bastard, they were asked to change. So there's things like the guys that were actually asked to edit it and take out those words basically dubbed in a different word every single time. They didn't just say, instead of saying the word bastard, they would say bugger, or so they would say that throughout the whole movie. They would dub it every single one. So, like, you look at the one where Walter gets shot, Mick shoots him in the head just to put them off, and he says, "You said you were his mate." He says, "Uh-huh." He says, "No, I own one," and he goes, the original line is, "What a bastard." But it didn't. It says, "What a blighter." Then later on, and it's just stupid. They took it was always a different word, and the guys who were editing it got that fed up. They just decided to use different words. And if you watch the one where there's no swearing in it, watch every time they say the word bastard. It's a different word every single time. They don't use it.
This is so weird because the English language is spread across literally all continents on the planet.
Yeah.
So what is a swear word, say, in United Kingdom? An American might go, "What? Don't understand what you say." An Australian would go, "All right," and will respond in kind with probably even a worse word. But for an Australian, it's a greeting. It's like, "Hey, buddy." Whereas in United Kingdom, if you use that word, and I'm obviously...
Sorry, in England, if you use that word.
Well, United Kingdom, because I find Scottish slightly more prickish, unless you buy them a pint.
No, but basically it's the language is when you're greeting someone. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy to walk into a room of friends and say, "Right, you bastards, how's things?" Whereas you imagine going down to England and actually saying that, but walking into a room. It's like the old joke. You walk into a pub, guy walks into a pub every night and he turns to everybody and goes, "Yous are all bastards and yous are all cunts." And eventually the guy gets sick and says, "Hey, I'm the bastard." He says, "Get out there then." But you know, I mean, it's that type of thing. The language is subjective. I'm aware of that. Some people can get.
But it's not only just that it's so subjective. I find being multilingual, 7 languages, English lends the best credence to friendly banter that there ever is.
Yeah.
But you need to be friend or at least on an acquaintance term, because
Yeah.
some of the wordings I get from my native English, or Scottish, or Welsh, or Irish people, I see new people at work or whoever it is that they literally like they moved to UK a year ago and suddenly they hear my friends that I've known for 20 years and they just going, oh, you bastard, beep, 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 all
Yeah.
the bad words. And my friends are just going like absolutely white. Just going, how dare you call him that? And I was just, no, no, no. These are terms of endearment. That
Yeah.
they are meant friendly. But if you known someone for 20 years, I'm not gonna go up to you and say, oh, you look spectacularly pretty today. And it's like, you look like you rolled out of a grave this morning. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. And it is one of those things. Like Gwen said, they still game 2 pints prick. I've got the T-shirt. It says that. I've got a T-shirt. It's basically as I was saying when I was going to the pub, and because I'm drinking Iron Brew, believe it or not, when I'm playing Magic at night on a Monday night, I've got the T-shirt that says 2 pints prick, and I go back to the table and think you guys are annoyed. Why? Because I've got the T-shirt, but I'm still going up and asking for 2 Iron Brews. Just
By
print
the
the
way,
T-shirt.
any Iron Brew representative watching this, either live or later on,
Yeah.
please sponsor this channel.
And that's a Billy Connolly expression, the Getifer. You can combine it with Yabasa,
Yeah, but
whereas you can Getify Yabasa. It means nothing because Getifer can mean anything. Getifer could mean please go away. Yabasa is sir. So Getify Yabasa, please go away, sir. So that's a Billy Connolly thing that Archer's the Getifer. Yep, Sherry, thank you. Actually, thank you to the lot of you for joining us. Always fun.
yeah, but getting back to the linguistical thing, I think not only the writers but the improv part, they play well on it being Wellington,
Yeah.
New Zealand language, because, and I know it's stereotyping them, but it's still, you can't tell if a Southern Australian or a New Zealander is really upset, because they will just matter of factly explain what they see, what's going on. And it will sound really chipper. It will sound really, really happy. And it's like, you should be upset. Your friend was just like burned to crisp, and you're just going, oh, it's okay.
That's true. And there is some aspects of the language, shall we say, like I was just looking at that interestingly, the linguistics talking about swearing and banter. It is swearing and banter are 2 different things. Yeah, I mean, you can swear at someone, but if you're annoyed, it's swearing. Whereas, I'll give you an example. It was years ago. My dad told us this story. It's about my dad when he was in the army. He came up from England with one of his friends who was English coming up, and they stayed at with my grandparents, and they went to the pub. And this guy, 6'6", in his uniform, going to my dad, Jock, come on, we need to get out here. There's going to be fights. To which my dad and my granda both went, where? Where? And he goes, over there, and over there. And he turns around and says, no, listen, hey, you prick, you want a pint before I thump you on? That's him just having a gab. He says they're playing with each other's banter. They're not actually going to fight. Just because 2 Scotsmen are actually having a drink and calling each other names doesn't mean that they're fighting. It's just one of those things. I've seen it. My family, one of my friends used to say my family's dead weird. They'll get very argumentative when they're drunk. But there'll be a case of, see you, I'm going to 2 pints. You want one? No. 2 pints, make it a lager. And literally mid argument, they'll stop, order drinks, then go back to it. But they'll order drinks for the both of them. It's not a case of, and it is just that
I find
If you're
myself
angry with
extremely
someone, it's
blessed.
swearing. If you're having banter, that's all it is, banter, and it is.
Yeah, but I find myself extremely blessed. I have been fortunate enough, white privilege, if you like, because it's
I've
Twitter.
got orange privilege.
Well, that's nuclear orange, but I traveled around the globe a little bit. I'm by no means like what could be considered globetrotter, but I have friends from literally every single country on the planet. People that I say are friends, not just an acquaintance, or yeah, I knew this individual once before. As in actual, we've been out, we've been together at parties, we've had all these above, say, work colleague kind of level of,
Mhm.
of interaction. And hearing the way they talk and the way they interact and the way they are. And sorry if there are any Finnish people here on this chat at the moment, but Finnish people are one of the warmest individuals I know. Obviously, only I can take the
In
sample
all
from
fairness,
the Finnish I know.
I've
But
found
when they
Finnish
greet
people, once
you,
you get
they
them
are
together,
up
they're
in your
fine.
face. They are up in your face. And to anyone that is a bystander, it will look extremely threatening. But it's essentially it's like, oh, you good old glory bastard, blah, 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 blah. It's like, it's banter back and forward. But there is no personal space. But then there is like a big, massive hug. And it's like, let's go for a pint. But
That's the
they
same.
have, for me, they are quite unique in that they are up in your face when they come up to say hello to you.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it
all I can
looks
say is Finnish
threatening for
people
anyone
I've
watching.
found have once you get them together, they're fine, and that's no an IKEA reference at all.
Yeah, good luck
But the thing
reading
is,
those manuals.
it's the same again. You go up and swear. My family do it. They shout and swear at each other all the time in the pub. I was down in England with a friend. Two of us were playing pool, and we were just having a laugh and a joke. And someone across the bar basically says they made a joke, a Scottish joke, and all. It says, "Oh, you from Scotland as well?" It says, "Uh-huh." So we were having a laugh and joke. We were talking about pool and you're crap. Yeah, don't talk shite. I'm actually better than you. You couldn't hit to save yourself. Da, 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 da. And eventually, the barmaid came in from next door, and she's looking round, and she says, "Is it all right in here?" And we says, "Ah." She says, "I says why?" She's, there's been a few people come out said there's going to be a fight. I says, "No, that's us just having a laugh and a joke with each other. We're both Scottish." But a lot of English people thought because of the banter across the table, we were in the middle of we were about to start fighting. There's a man and his wife, me and my girlfriend at the time, were having a laugh and a joke at each other. We were all slagging each other. Never met them. They'd never met us. But it made no difference. We were having a laugh and a joke in a bar where we were playing pool. And people automatically thought by the language we were using, we were going to fight. Where we were just,
The,
we just didn't even, none of us even registered that there was even a possibility somebody could misunderstand it. But it's just one of those things.
but I think it's a little bit of, shall we say, current year issues where people are so happily trying to take offense on behalf of others. I
Yeah, I need
mean,
to take a note of that because I want to
the,
actually check out that Wellington Paranormal.
yeah, but most of the Scottish and Irish people I've ever met, they never met you before. It's
Uh-huh.
the first time they see you, and there's a slight jab. It's like a slight punch. But if you respond in kind, they know you are on a friendly level with them,
Yeah,
and they know that they can actually relax a little bit. They don't have to guard their language.
yeah.
They
We
can
did
they can
that.
call you a bastard or whatever it is,
Yeah.
and still carry on. And they know that you don't consider it as a bad thing. That's a term of endearment.
It's happened to thing because a girl started when we were in, when I was working probably the last place. So you're talking about could have been 12, 15 years ago when she started. We'd all worked together, so we were all banter backwards and forwards, but we didn't know her. So I was on my best behaviour, being very pleasant and polite and not being too rude because she just started to thing me. And it was just one of those things. I said something, what do you think? I'm no here? And she says, no, if you turn sideways, you'll disappear. I was big at that time. And I just went, gloves are off. After that, and realised that she had a very similar sense of humour, but because we didn't know her, we didn't automatically just go in. We would have a laugh and a joke, but we wouldn't go in the same heavy-handed way we would talk to each other as banter because we didn't know. Because some people, some people can take it. Some people, they just don't, they're uncomfortable swearing or slagging people. It's fine. And it's reading the room. Certain times you can go in and you can say things that people will go, uh-huh. Yet you can go into another time and say something and everybody will go, and it's reading the room. So there's certain people, even though you know your crowd, you don't automatically just go in and act the same with everybody. You wouldn't go up to
But
even
even if
widow, you wouldn't go up to a
you're
grieving
on
and
track,
talk to her the same way you would talk to your pal in the pub.
exactly, and this is the whole linguistical thing that what we do in Shadow is bringing forth with the New Zealand kind of like mannerism, linguistic, whatever it is. Even though you walk into a pub with 10 of your mates, you're still holding it down a little bit because there are other people in there.
Yeah.
You're not just automatically rolling with the highest level that you know your mates can take. You're being cautious, letting them get in a little bit. The people that want to interact, that want to talk, are curious. You don't hit them over the head with the heaviest thing you have, because they need to be brought in slowly because you don't know them. They may get offended, and it's their prerogative.
Yeah.
Although you have to choose to be offended. But to bring it back to what we do in the shadows is the New Zealand language, the mannerisms, the colloquialism, whatever it actually is called, the way that make them stand out as this is what they do. Especially if we take the guy that puts down the papers and the towels and everything, the way he so matter-of-factly described that he made a mess.
Yeah.
It's very New Zealand language to me.
It is. It's very good. And I was just going to say, is that a new person in the chat? I'm not even going to try and pronounce the name, unfortunately, because I get things wrong. I'm Scottish. I can barely read English. A Polymaze minion. Does that sound right?
Is he hiding in the chat? Well, I keep hearing Purple Valkyrie having trouble pronouncing it. A Polymaze minion.
Yeah, that's why I gave my minions. I have minions. Or should I say,
I have minions. Sorry, that's really bad.
could be.
I could be one of the minions.
So, where we were. So, hi, and thank you for joining us. The You're Dead, is that the film? Or I know they I thought they did that for the TV show as well. Also used the TV show.
Sorry
Sorry,
to say when you
I missed that bit.
I've known about what we do in shadows, not seen it, so not seen the full film. I think I started watching it.
Oh, I
while
sat
back,
and watched it twice today. It is fun all
but
the
I
way
have
through.
not seen the TV show.
I've
I
not
have
seen the TV
no-
show. I'm trying to get a hold of it. I'm going to check on Prime again later on because I was only interested in the movie. It's only afterwards I watched it the first time. I looked into it and then I realised there was a TV series. I think was it two series? Can't remember.
Sorry, breaking news here. Breaking news. You have
Uh-huh.
140 subscribers now.
Yay! Sorry, that is a. Thank you very much. It's definitely not a. That must be the soundboard that did it. It grabbed that one person. Yay! Thank you. But the good thing is in the shadows is the way they used the language. They actually, even when they were taking the Mickey out of themselves, like when Nick get brought in, you seen Twilight? I'm a vampire. But it's basically, it's
Yeah,
not a case of
you
I'm
know
a
the thing
vampire. It's he brings the
that's
Twilight
me.
out.
That's me.
It's the fact that he brings Twilight in to introduce I'm not an evil vampire. Although he's a vampire, he's evil because he kills people. But it wasn't a case of I'm a vampire, Bela Lugosi. He actually introduced it as in, hi, I'm a vampire. You watch Twilight, and it's bringing people into the idea that anybody that's watched Twilight, they're all sparkly and there's a love story and stuff like that. It takes the connotations down a different way, and I think they used
you
that.
do have fun stabs at that. And I think it is Deacon, when he's sitting in his chair, he's like leaning back, the legs are up and everything. It's like, oh, you know this thing when you become a vampire, you become really sexy. And it's like, look at me. And you're just going, nope, nothing, not at all, not whatsoever. But
Yeah,
it's the cheeky punch at it. It's not taking the Mickey. It's just a cheeky punch
yeah,
at it, which I think they managed to balance really, really well.
yeah. I was just reading Archer Collins one about men can be more rude. I think men could be more vulgar. Women could be more rude, but some of the things they say can make men blush. It's
Oh, definitely. But
it's the
I
language between the
think
differences, or there is differences, emotional differences, but men can talk to each other in a way that to anybody else with more delicate sensitivities could actually get really embarrassed because it could be a lot more vulgar, whereas certain people won't take offense to it. Whereas I think women can be more rude about it, but because they've got a larger vocabulary for certain things, so it sounds a lot more rude. Whereas the guys, it's basically broken down to one or two quite vulgar descriptives. Whereas women actually use words within a normal conversation that some guys would actually think are rude. But I think it's all to do with not only the language but the use of the language. Whereas two women talking to each other could be a normal conversation. Two guys talking to each other, that could be a very awkward conversation because they try and use the same words.
yeah, I'm sorry to say, when an unknown bloke is bantering at me, I'll banter back. But when ladies speak, I just go, whatever you said, that's probably correct. I have no response because either way, I'm in trouble.
No, see, the thing is, I've got a different thing with that. I grew up with three sisters, three older sisters, three daughters. The most important people in me growing up, apart from my father and my grandfathers, was my grannies, my mum,
Mm.
my sisters, my aunts. Any one of them would tell me what to do. Any of my father, my grandfather would tell me what to do. I'd go, why? When you do that with my mum, my grannies, none of that picking stupid. But it's the fact is, like, when I go play golf, when I used to go play golfing with my dad, he hit a shot. Oh, Dad, what a prick. You couldn't actually hit to save yourself. You're going fucking blind. Whereas if I was out with my mum and she did something, I would say, "Ah, you sort of missed that." She would turn around to me and say, why don't you say what you fucking mean? You mean I'm crap at it? And it's a case of, I know my mum and my dad talk very similar when, when they were, when I was younger. they talk very similar. But when I heard my mum just using basic swear words, it was stronger than when me and my dad would actually slag each other. And it was because the basic swear words were stronger, because it's not who said it. It was because if my mum swore at me, that means I'd done something really bad. She swore at my dad.
No. The only time I've ever feared my mom is when she was using my full name, all of my names. You beep, get in here now. It's like, if she just used my first name, Jim, there's like, okay, I'm not in that much trouble. But when she used my full name, you knew you were in for hell.
Aye, but I'm talking about as we were adults. I'm thinking about if my mum swore in a conversation, it was because some serious shit went down. But I've heard my mum talking to her friends. She swore just as much as my dad when he was talking to his friends. That's what I was meaning. It's a case of the language was used in a particular way, and that's what I think comes back to this movie. The way the language was used, they didn't need to actually go overboard with it. They didn't, like even things like when they were talking about killing people, and it wasn't overly grandized. It was just sort of, it's a thing. It's like turning around and saying, "Well, I like to fry a steak," or "I like to eat vegetables." It was just done. Like for instance, when Nick had the chip,
Yep.
and he's going, "I don't want this. It's not all it's cracked up to be. Chips are my favourite food, and I can't eat them." That cracked me up. But rather than them actually turn around, "You can't eat food. Normal food will make this," and he just says, "Don't eat the chip." Why not? And then they're turning around saying, "Yeah, this is what happens when you become a vampire. This is the type of thing." And you're sitting there knotting yourself because they knew what would happen. It was done. I'll give you an example. Diabetic, right? First time I got Thornton's diabetic toffee, my sister sat and watched me eat a box because it was delicious. She didn't tell us the sugar substitute was also a laxative, and she let me eat a full box of it because it's diabetic, so I can eat as much as I want.
But now that sounds like a sister.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
definitely sounds like what a sister would do
And
to
that's
you.
because she nodded herself. And I said to her, "Why didn't she say?" She says, "Nobody told me." So basically, nobody told her. Quite happy not to tell me either. Just actually encouraged me. "I just finished the box. You'll be fine." And it's a case of 140. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a happy chap. I am. Let's see. How happy am I? Is it so excited? Just have been
Very
on that. I've been
nice.
on that thingy for a wee while, and I'm actually just felt as if I went, "Don't stop," and it's not even there. It's with a car engine. Hopefully, with a wheel of time tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, we can actually get some. Although I saw something on Twitter. I've no watched it yet. I've still to watch the first episode tomorrow morning. I was keeping it for tomorrow because I didn't want to watch it Friday, then have 3 days with other stuff. So I'm going to watch it tomorrow. And
I'm
I've stayed
deliberately
away from.
keeping it off.
Well, it was
So
basically,
I'm putting it to the Sunday morning,
yeah, same
just
here.
in case we get sidetracked and start talking about it.
Yeah,
Because if I've seen it before we start this show, then
I
I
know,
might be
exact same.
tempted to talk about it. So I'm moving it Sunday morning, so I do not know what's
I'm
going
the
on.
exact same. But the thing is, I should have stayed off Twitter. I saw some comments about it, and oh. But as I said to people when I was advertising the stream, I like the books. I'm expecting to come on and compare it to the books, and I know it'll not be the same. There's certain aspects of the books I don't like. I am aware that they're not fantastic. the later books, because I'm not a big Brandon Sanderson's fan, I think they sort of, it doesn't finish the series very well. It just sort of fizzles out. But my favourite books are the first 5. So there is things like that. So I'm aware, but I know I'll compare it to the characters. It'll be the characters I'll compare to how I see them. So I'm going in expecting the show not to be good because I love the books. However, I'm hoping it's really good. But I want to go in and do an open discussion. I don't want to actually go. I know I'm going in with a bias, just for the simple fact is I've read the books. If I'd never read, it'd be like going in to watch Game of Thrones from very first one. Never read the books. I've got nothing to compare it to, so the TV show would have had to drag me in. Whereas because I've got a big fan of the books, Christ almighty, I've even got the card game. I've even got the card game. That is the Dragon Reborn deck. And I've also got the Forsaken deck. Plus, I've got all my boosters already opened, unfortunately, because I opened them when I got them. But I've got a lot of the cards from the game, so I do really like the Wheel of Time thing. However, I know I'm going into it with a bias already, but I'm aware to discuss the bias and use the bias to actually see if it worked or didn't work based on that bias. So I'm okay with that. But I haven't watched it and I'm going to watch it tomorrow. So for the same reason. Yeah. So let's go back to the shadows. Right. Deacon's scene is very funny because he thinks he is. He's not. Yeah, there's dead sexy. Leaning back. I'm dead sexy. But it's, I think, next one where he's telling everybody he's a vampire is a superb scene because it is a case of you just imagine somebody nowadays became a vampire. So the youngest one there was 138, and then when it's they've got the new guy who is modern sensibilities, thinking it's great. Woohoo! Twilight, I'm a vampire. Or you imagine that you can imagine if that Nick had been bitten by the werewolf, he'd be going, woohoo, Team Wolf. It would be that because he's basing it on his experience, which is TV shows and movies. Whereas the other ones, it was these were monsters, and it's that.
He definitely has that. I wouldn't call it the modern vibe, but it is the. He feels the need to validate himself.
Yeah.
Saying, "Oh, I am a vampire. Oh, I'm a vampire." Oh, what do you mean you're a vampire hunter? Yeah, sure, right, buddy. F off. Obviously, I'm keeping the language down, but it's actually quite rude to a vampire hunter that is actually like crucial. Not whatever I was trying to say. He's crucial to the storyline being told because he's actually coming into the house and doing some real bad damage to them. But it is because it's his bragging. And as you said, the youngest one is 138 years old. That was mid 1850s somewhere when he turned into a vampire. There's no Twitter, social media, brag about whatever you do. And I find that quite good. As in, it's really well played because this is 2014. So say they took a year to write the script or the idea and getting up with the concept, the whole thing. So even earlier, 2013, I believe MySpace was still around, but it was still not enough people around just bragging what they wanted to do and everything.
Nice mighty. I remember people before Facebook.
Hmm?
I remember that was one thing that was around. The thing is, I love the part where they're getting introduced to the internet and they were taking pictures. They could realise that although they're invisible in a mirror, they can still get pictures taken. And they're
I'm doing
messing
my
around with
dark
the cameras.
bidding.
Yeah, they're messing around with the cameras and the bit where he's going, the internet. I can move that mouse is getting moved. One of them's going like that with a scroll pad, and the other one's going like that on the screen because this thing keeps moving. It's like a cat.
Well, but they're chasing the mouse pointer going around the screen. It's like they're trying to grab it.
But one of them's using the trackball saying, I'm moving it around, it's me, it's doing it. And the other one's trying to grab it. It's the full no concept. It'd be like turning around. I remember I used to teach in the university and it was people from overseas, and a lot of them were from third world. So a lot of them had never seen a computer before. And we would say things like, move the mouse up, and they would do that. And it's not it's not even funny because when we say move the mouse up, most people have got a very vague concept that if you move it away from you, it moves it up the screen. But if you've never seen a computer and you say move the mouse up, what would you expect? Especially with someone either English isn't their first language. So it's not as if you're going, look at that, they don't even know. It's the fact is it brings your concepts of what you understand. You understand certain things because you have got an awareness of them. But just because you've got an awareness of them doesn't make any difference of other things. So if somebody's never seen a computer, not just never heard of a computer, you've might not have had a physical computer in front of you, but you have seen them on TV or whatever. But if you've never seen a computer and the first time you're using a computer, somebody's trying to explain how to use it and you have to use it, it's a very steep learning curve. Even if you look at someone who's older, they're aware of some terminology and stuff like that. They would have seen them on the TV growing up because they've been around for years. And if you try and explain to them, it's easier. But if you try and explain someone A, it's not their first language, and B, they have never physically seen a computer before, they've never seen it in the TV. How can you explain how to use it? Yet if you have to actually be very specific in your language with it. So that scene was very good because he was explaining to them, and they were actually, you could see they were even the silly thing about the mouse moving, and he's thinking trying to move it. It's like if you give somebody a mouse and a pad, or if you give somebody a pad, if they've used keyboard and mouse, didn't know anything about touchscreens, they're not going to actually try and think touch the screen. They'll be looking around for a keyboard. But it's also the same as if you have given somebody a computer and a laptop, for instance, and they've only ever used iPads or whatever, and they touch the screen and say the mouse is not moving. You can't actually turn around and say you're dead stupid because if you have no concept of it, it's that aspect of it. Whereas I found that scene with him teaching them the internet very good and very realistic based on that fact, because I've obviously gone through it with people. Fair enough, it was about 25 years ago when I used to teach IT, and it was teaching people who English wasn't the first language and B, they'd never actually seen a computer. So it was a very steep learning curve, but the fact is they were shown that, and the fact is they had no knowledge of it, even though they had lived those years. But you know what I mean? So that's when
But it is something very true that I'm facing today.
yeah,
And I have to scale back the fact that for me it's so natural how to use a computer.
yeah,
It is extremely natural for me how to use a computer, even to the point that my career is the fact that I know what to expect of a computer system.
yeah,
That I can tell you when something is not doing what it should be doing. For me, it's flawless. It's just natural. But I
yeah,
realized I started computers in the late 1980s. I was riding around on a BMX and helping people setting up their BBBs so they could do for the few, and I do mean the really few that were advanced enough to like, oh, hey, I'll dial up on my computer thing and I'll order parts from this company.
Do you know the worst part is? Do you know when my school brought in computers? The year after I left.
Yes, I was
I'm
the
that
I was the I
I'm
was the
that old.
same. I was 1 year before, so I had to sit in school and write my exam papers, pen and paper. The ones, because I was the senior one, so the fourth, third, and second grade, they could use a computer and just type it out, print, done. And it was like a 9-dot matrix printer that they had back then. But because I was not young enough, even though I was the one repairing the printer when it broke, I was the one repairing the computer when it broke, I was not allowed to hand in my exam papers written on the computer.
Yeah.
I had to do pen and paper.
Mhm.
And that really, really, like, it hurt. It hurt bad.
Have you heard of that game, White Wolf? Role-playing game, characters are vampires, werewolves, and mages, etc. I haven't heard of it.
I've heard of White Wolf, but I don't recall that big of a mix. I know White Wolf does like vampires, yes, one category, werewolves, one category. But then again, I haven't played these games in a long, long time. So if Colin's got
It's
more knowledge,
my Minotaur.
it looks gorgeous.
My friend painted it.
Out of focus, but even out of
I
focus,
know.
it looks gorgeous.
Well, accordingly, if you put a bit of paper behind it, actually makes you actually help the focus. Let's try it. Right. So
Yeah, that gets a little bit more contrast to it.
it's basically, try to get the picture there. So if I put a bit, but I don't know.
Did you hand paint that yourself?
No, my friend painted it because of this. I can't paint, so she painted it. And even at my best, I don't think I could have actually ever competed with her.
Excuses, excuses,
No, I
excuses.
think even at my best, when I used to paint all my Warhammer stuff, my 40k and my Blood Bowl stuff, I don't think I was anywhere near as good as she is. She's just an absolute fantastic painter. She just does it for fun. So I
So my
gave her some stuff.
Flying Dutchman project that I've got going. Yes,
Hi,
it's only
Brightest
like brightest day. Thank you.
Yep.
My Flying Dutchman that I have, I know I need to get in there with like a paintbrush to just like soften the edges,
Yeah.
make a little bit of addition to it. I'm feeling it's like it's daunting for me, and I see a lot of the angles, and I know I'm right-handed, but I know even no matter how I turn it, I will have to use my left hand to get to those specific spots.
Yep. And when not a problem. Hope you feel well and have a good night's sleep so you can. We'll see you tomorrow on Noel's channel doing the Doctor Who stream. So
Yes.
you take care and
Have a good rest when.
yes, definitely. Early
But
night.
it's something I was hoping to get through before she ran away like brave Sir Robin. And I do mean it in the cheekiest way there. As we were saying, there is banter going on, and I don't think Wendell would actually just go, "Oh, how dare you call me a coward?" But it's the scoring of what we do in Shadows. And I'm happy to start if you like.
Yes, definitely give it a rating. We need to give it a rating.
Yes. Unfortunately, it's landing quite low, but it is on my spot. So when I say my rating is anything above 6.0 is I will watch this again. And what we do in Shadows is definitely a 6.5. It's got more than there is to it. You have to be patient with the content delivery and everything because it is a mockumentary after all.
Yeah.
it is not for everyone, but for me, it was the delivery, the content, the style definitely had a way of bringing out the humor in it.
Yeah. Well, you look at some mockumentaries like Spinal Tap. They're played over the top because they're actually deliberately designed to have something in real life be over exaggerated, right? Whereas this one does the opposite. It takes something that is complete and utter fantasy and tries to make it real life. And it works a lot better. I think this is me personally, because I'm not a big music fan. So the Spinal Tap one I saw and I thought it was okay. This one I actually thought was really good. But I would say about a 7, maybe an 8, just for the simple fact it's a slow burner. There's one or two wee bits and pieces that don't make sense. Like for instance, Peter was the one that seemed to be turning everybody. And but I liked some of the aspects of it, even things like the submissive who was the familiar, the girl who was a familiar for 4 years, and he was Deacon was actually telling her to do things, saying you're not going to be because you're not really nice looking and all this, and then Nick bites her, and then she suddenly does the exact same to her husband, and she's treating him the exact same way. The dynamics have changed. You're going to be doing this because she's a lot cooler now. She's a vampire.
But that's a sign of a good story. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You have her arc. I'm just going to try camera here. So she's literally just stringing along. Sorry, this way. And she's even asking during one of the like documentary interviews, it's like, well, you promised to make me a vampire, and I'm getting older and really older and really older.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I think this is probably nearer an 8, because it does have a good. This could, if this was real, I can see this happening. This is the type of thing people would do, and it is like, for instance, when he does the telephone call to his old butler, and his butler's going, "I'm 93, and you were promised being a vampire." We're dropping the connection. Click, and then at the end, when he meets his love, that she's grown old. She was 93, and he bites her.
96.
And 96, and he bites her eventually, and people say, and he's sitting there, the two of them, the old woman and him, total straight face, saying, "Yes,
Well, I'm a crater robber.
People notice the age difference. Why are you with this man who's 4 times your age?" And yes, people might look at me and think I'm a cradle snatcher. Because he's nearly 400 years old and she's almost 100. And it's basically, it takes that trope, turns it in its head. But the both of them, the older woman and him, play it so straight. It is superbly funny. And it's things like that that bring it up to the 8 for me. So I would say the slower points would be about a 7, but at its height, I would definitely say this is an 8, just for those parts like that, because you're sitting there thinking they played that. The expectations were blown. It's basically, if that Taika Waititi could do that, why can people like Ryan, Ruin Johnston, no do that with subverted expectations? Because there's one there, like for instance, the two of them, the difference, and yet they said it so well that they took that subverted expectations and just turned it in his head, and it just seemed normal, and it was funny for that.
But it works in this film. And unfortunately, I've seen this writer, and I've heard that he's been embroiled in controversies. He's not the nicest person on Twitter or whatever, but it's as a comedian and being able to deliver comedy on point, on time, which is what comedy needs.
Yeah.
he does it so well in that particular instance. But I've seen it repeated since then, and probably before then, too many times. So it's not funny because they don't deliver a surprise. But in this one, it's just the deftness. It's so blunt, but on the point. It is what makes it funny for me. This is why I'm giving it a 6.5.
Yeah.
Anything above 6 is stuff I will rewatch
Yeah,
again.
I would definitely rewatch this again. I think it would be on my regular visit list. But I would so 6.5 to I would say a 7.5 for me because it does fluctuate between the 7 and 8 depending on part of the movie. But a good 6.5, 7.5. I think it's definitely a good movie. Something I would recommend again. So there's just a couple of bits of the chat right there. Colin was saying he painted models in game. I used to do that. I used to have large Warhammer armies, fantasy and 40k. I had a load of Dungeons and Dragons figures. I even had Napoleonic figures. I used to have a load of them, but they're all gone now. And he watched a couple model
You
painting
see,
channels.
you need to become a southpaw. You
Uh,
need to become a Sylvester Stallone in Rocky. You
50,
need to
50
learn
plus
how to
years.
use the other
Yeah,
hand, not the
50 plus
broken.
years. 50 plus years. I'm learning, but just basically mouse movement. I can't even write with my left hand, so I'm completely gone. But there's a couple of model painting channels I've got on my list, but it's usually the gaming channels. Like for instance, I watch a couple that do Blood Bowl, the old 40k, sorry, the old fantasy. Some that do board games like Space Battle or Necromunda and stuff like that. So those are the games, the ones that I watch, but I have got a couple of painting channels on my list as well. Monty Python reference. The rabbit.
I hope I'm innocent of the Monty Python reference, but
It
I'm
was
pretty sure it was me.
it was the rabbit. Was it not the rabbit reference?
Oh, it's. I know we're jumping away, but that's such an amazing Monty Python film where it's like it has all the nitrous. I'm hoping, and people will kill me in the chat, but it's nitrous knee. It's got the Black Knight. It's just a flesh wound.
Yeah.
It's got the your father smells like elderberries, whatever it is.
Your mother was a
mix
hamster and your father smelled of elderberries.
Yeah, I always mix up that quote. It's such a brilliant one, and
Oh, it is.
this is something I really miss from films, even across the eras, even from the back in the days, if we would call it back in the days. If you look at Monty Python, when they made the films, whether it's Life of Brian or
Now for something
just
completely
like
different.
drained out of my mind. You looked at the actors; they loved it. They loved being part of the film. They loved being in the film. They had fun being there.
Yeah, because they were writing it. They were. I mean, they were working with their friends. Spinal Tap. It's no my genre movie just because it's mainly about music. But yeah, I understand it is a good movie, but it's just no my genre. That's why I think it's an okay movie. But it's all about music now. I just don't listen to music, so that was the only reason.
I'll give Disaster Area this. I've only watched Spinal Tap once, literally when it was as fresh as possible. It might have been a VHS, like rent from your video store, but I loved it. But I have not seen it since.
I've not seen it for a long time. See, you are all talking about coffee. I've just got my iron brew. I ran out of coffee before I started the stream.
I wish I had something more than Iron Brew, but that's what I got for this evening. Brave Sir Robin. Sir Robin running away.
It's only a model. That was the Camelot scene. Might be a feature of
I
my stream
suspect
about
my
King Arthur tomorrow.
feature in my
Uh,
stream.
See, the thing is, I'm hoping. See, we're doing the stream about Wheel of Time, starting at 8 o'clock. Hoping it's not going to go. I would reckon about an hour, hour and a half maximum. So I'm hoping to be finished at 9:30 for Archer's stream. Archer, Colin, drop us a link and we'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, drop us a link. And when it comes to the Wheel of Time, I like the fact that I met up with you. We're both geeks. We love the books growing up as kids. I am very, very curious to hear what you have to say because I'll watch it tomorrow morning to get ready to
Same
see
here.
what they've done. But I've also, like you, I've read the books religiously, back to back, to through the whole thing, and I have my reservations, but I would hope that whoever has made this show, whoever it is that is directing it, I mean, I've seen the trailers, I've seen the
I've seen the
posters.
trailers, but I've not watched too much into them. I've just seen the trailers. We did that review of the trailer, a brief breakdown. There's some things in the trailer that I'm sitting there thinking,
Well,
but I know the
let's just
trailers
put
just put things out of context and stuff like that. But I know
my
there's some
reading
things in it.
is up here. This is the expectations. But I'm also going, I read these books in the 80s, early 90s, mid 90s. And we were going, who are the action heroes around? Who are the gorgeous ladies around that are just not pretty, but actually would like step up? Unfortunately, one of my favorites from the 90s is Julianne Moore. But I don't think there's a single redhead ever portrayed in Wheel of Time. But she would have made amazing character because her acting capabilities. She would have made one of them really, really well.
Yeah. Well,
Instead,
anybody
she
from
got
the
five-
IEL was meant to have the hair colours like that.
Yeah.
Or the daughter heir of Andor, Eliane, was the red-haired strawberry blonde, I suppose is more, but it was the description was a red.
redhead.
They had the description almost like her hair was like the sun, and then there was other ones about the flaming red hair and stuff like that. So they had different, but it sounded like more like a strawberry blonde the way they were describing her because it's almost like the curls and the blonde, but the way they were describing it, it was almost a red tint to it because then you also had the Aiel, and most of them have got a red tint to their hair as well. So I'm looking forward to it. My expectations are down here, but the more when I saw the trailers, it was starting to go up because I had heard stuff about it, which left it down here. But when I saw the trailer, the expectations going up. I've heard some things, the expectations start to come back down again. So I'm trying not to actually look at things. I want to look at this tomorrow morning, fresh eyes, and actually watch it the first time. And then when I finish watching it, sit back and think, what did I think of that? What was the message it was telling us? How did I like it? Then go through it again and try and see bits where from what book and what things have they added in. We know there's going to take a lot out because there's just too much in 13 books. That's including the prequel. There's just too much in the books. There's no way on earth a lot of that has to get taken out. But there's certain aspects in it I've seen in the trailers that don't work for me, and that's just a trailer. And
You see, I'm slightly dreading it from a slightly different angle. It's you have a 30-year-old book, story, whatever you want to call it, strong, matriarchal, women can do, women are strong, all of that stuff that we literally getting it shoved down our gullets from Twitter, from Facebook, from whatever it is. But here is a book that's the default. It is literally flatlining and just going, it's the Women's Council, it's the wisdom. The wisdom is always a woman. The first couple of cities that the story leads you into, it's a queen in charge of everything. The king has nothing to do with it. Women are already super strong. They
Yeah.
are empowered. They
All the
are in
ones with the
charge.
power, the Aes Sedai are all the ones.
And
But the
the
thing
Aes
is,
Sedai, yes.
the thing is, there is certain aspects of it, like the Bellarine character ain't going to appear because she is a very manipulative, using her sex to manipulate people character. That character's not going to appear. And all I can say is thank Christ, the Bellarine character I dislike. Because it's just one of those characters, it's a case of, I'm gorgeous looking and I know it, so you'll fall for me and you'll do what I say because I'm a woman, and I hate that type of character. I
I
dislike
did
people
that
who
as
try that in real
well, but
life.
it
I
is
dislike people
the
who come up and give it the, oh, surely I can get a refill, as in, look at me, I'm gorgeous, you should be giving me things, and I hate that type of character. In real life or not, I just dislike it. I think it's a case of, no, I'll give you something if you're a nice person, not just because you look nice. Don't give a toss.
do you see that this is something even back in the day that Jordan was playing well on. It's Randall Thor is by no means anybody's fool. He, whilst he's trying to be nice, he's not a sucker. He is not that easy to manipulate. Yes, he has to step up and learn lessons.
Yeah.
But once he has had a lesson, it is learned. He
Yeah.
knows this does not happen to me again.
Definitely. Right. Colin's actually sent you the link on Discord for his stream so we can put it in the chat.
Thank you, Colin.
Put it in the private and I
I'll
can
put
carry
it
it
on
across.
Discord
And a disaster area. I want to see how different it is. There's certain aspects within the book have to be cut out. There's just too much in it. Like, for instance, I hate the Shonshan. I'm hoping they go completely. I'm hoping the
you see,
lands be.
you and I disagree on that one
Yeah,
because
I know we
like
do. But
the
I'm just
danger.
saying that there's things in the books. I know there's things that need to be cut out. I'm hoping, me personally, I know with the thing, we just need to wait and see what they've cut out. Me personally, I'm hoping to get rid of the Shonshan. However, I know
No,
that
no, no,
there's
no. The
not going to be.
Shonchan is actually pivotal. Like they do add value because you've gone from farm boy or wisdom, don't know that this is magic or the one source or anything, and it jumps very quickly into here you go. This is the big wide world, but you've only gone to like 3 cities. You haven't visited anything really, but Nynaeve and Egwene are getting broiled up in the Shongshan story. And these are people just going, oh, you magic people, you are our Bitches. Spelling it out just to avoid it in YouTube. But basically, the Shongshan is just going, oh, you like magic? Here's the collar, bam.
Yeah, I know, but
You obey us
that's
now
what I'm saying.
completely.
The thing is, I know there's too much. It's going to be so different, but me personally, I'm still hoping the Shonshan are going to dislike the characters. I don't like their white cloaks, but I know why they're there, and I know how stupid the trailer makes it look. However, the things like with they introduced the IEL, they talk about the overseas with the where the Shanshan come from, but there's also the other one at the other side of the waves, the wastes. They mention that in the books, and at the end they all turn up, and I'm sitting there thinking, where the hell did they come from? Brandon Sanderson brought them in because there was very little mention of them, yet they're a whole army for the Dark One from another continent. So basically, everybody in that continent works for the Dark One.
It didn't make
It's
sense,
things
but
like
both
that.
you and
I
I
just
are in agreement that Sanderson's adaptation, or whatever you want to call it, it's just felt like he was just like grasping at straws every now and then. And
I'm just laughing at what Archer said. The Sean-Shan, weren't they the vulture aliens who tried to nick the TARDIS in the Sarah Jane Adventures?
but Shanshan, not the correct spelling, by the way. You got the message across, but
Let's call them Arthur
for me-
Hawkwind's armies returning.
but for me, they were literally a one-off. They got spanked by a teenager and a teenager's apprentice.
Do you know what why I disliked them so much as well? The Grand Lord Turoth was fought with Rand, right?
Mhm.
But he did more damage than any of the Forsaken did to Rand. He was the one who was seen in the clouds fighting Rand in the books. Yet he's had fights with the Forsaken. And what? So the Forsaken fighting the Dragon Reborn gets nothing, does no damage. Yet a normal person fighting the Dragon Reborn is shown in the clouds and it does a damage that can't be healed by Aes Sedai in the books. So they're so bad that a normal person who's a blade master can do more damage than someone like Asmodean or whatever, one of the who tried to kill Rand. Do you see what I mean? They just
I do.
they
I
had
do.
him as
It's just
Belial or um,
for me, Lanfear was always the greatest danger.
see, I didn't
Not
like
because
Lanfear.
she like
It was a typical "I'm a
stabbed you
woman,
with a
I'll
sword.
manipulate you" type thing. That's why I didn't like the
Yes,
Lanfear
she
character
was more like
up
I'm
there.
up here.
But if they
I'm
had see
here.
instead of the High Lord Turok doing the fight with Rand, I would have preferred if he was one of the Forsaken acting as the High Lord Turok, and Rand found it out and fought with one of the Forsaken. So Samael overthink me, but the fact that it was just a normal human who just happened to be a sword master did that much damage to Rand, and a wound that couldn't be healed as if it was done with the Dark One's own blade, and they're acting as if this wound should be treated any different because it's got the Dark One's taken it. But accordingly, High Lord Suroth was not a Dark Friend that he was the one who's forsaken. He was just the leader of the Forerunners. Yet he did that much damage. It's throughout the book. It keeps talking about that. And you're sitting there thinking, why? So that's why I'm hoping the Sean-Shan go, because they put too much on the Sean-Shan for what they were meant to be. The fact that they get smacked and sent away, to me, if they were commanded by one of the Forsaken and Rand found it out and tackled him, and that's what the big battle was, and then he gets killed with the sword in him, then it could have been one that was tainted with the Dark One's taint, and it couldn't be because it was a Forsaken's blade. But because it was a human's blade, a normal blade, it wasn't even a power rock blade, it was just a herring mark blade he had. So it wasn't anything special compared to any of the other herring mark blades that are out there. Yet it did so much damage it couldn't be healed. It made zero sense to me. That's why I don't like the Sean-Shan, because they make no sense.
But you're at the latter end of the Shanshan story. It's well, essentially, I'm not trying to spoil it for me. I have avoided rereading the books or
I'm rereading
re-listening
them at
to
the
the
moment.
books
I'm
because
on.
I want Amazon to give me the best you have.
Yeah, I'm
Give me
on
what you got.
chapter 12 of the Fires in Heaven. No, I'm not. Sorry, chapter 12 of the Shadow Rising from Tanchico, where Elaine's just been asked to attend the Wise Ones at the in the Ill Waste. That's exactly where I am in the book, the Shadow Rising, book 4.
Yes.
But the thing is, I'm looking forward to it tomorrow for the first time, seeing it and then doing a comparison. The thing is, I know things are going to get cut out. There's things I'm hoping get cut out, but I'm also worried that they're going to cut out certain things that need to be in it. And that's
You see, my highest interpretation, whatever it is, it's I've read the books for so many decades now. I fear that there will be not a single character looking like I imagine them.
well, I can tell
But
you
I'm
just on what I've
expecting
seen.
the actor stepping into those shoes
I'm hoping for
to
that.
uplift it.
See, from what I've seen from the trailer, there's two characters that do not match what I expect. Moiraine, she's not petite enough and looks smaller, and she doesn't look as if she's regal enough. It just the character just doesn't look right to me. And the other one is Perrin. He's tall enough, but he's not broad enough. I wanted someone. He's meant to be. There's points where he actually leans forward and picks someone up bodily and move them out the way. Can you imagine the one who's playing Perrin doing that scene with?
I'm not seeing Perrin, but for me, and this is where I like where we're going tomorrow. For me, Perrin is short, stocky, but he got muscles.
Yeah.
He is Arnold Schwarzenegger, just half the size of
Well,
him,
exactly.
but
He's
he
broad and
can
he's
move
built, but the guy who plays
mountains.
Perrin, based on the trailer, just doesn't look as if he's that powerful. Disaster Area, did the books give a proper ending? Well, Robert Jordan actually passed away before the ending of book 10, but accordingly, he gave all his notes and he picked Brandon Sanderson to finish it off with the final book. But accordingly, there was too much information, so Brandon ended up making it into 3 books. Then he introduced new characters, a new race for no reason. So he introduced a new race, and then the big climatic battle, instead of having the big battle scenes, they were just talking about it as if this has happened, this battle here. And it was almost like a conversation between the Dark One and Rand. The Dark One's trying to convince him, and the creators try to convince him. It's almost like that, and you're sitting there thinking, "Where's these big battle scenes?" I've read the book once. I was so disappointed with it. I've never read it a second time, and I'm going to actually go through all of them right to the end. But there's a couple of books that I like to skip because they're not as good. But the final 3 books I've read once because I was so disappointed. Unfortunately, he gives it an ending, but I think it's a fizzle ending. I would have preferred if it didn't end. That's how bad it is. He basically Norse because I think the writer heard ran and went on a samurai look. To an extent, yes. Rand was basically, was it? Would you say Norse? A Norse mythology? It's definitely the Aiel is very. Well, what would you class the Aiel as? I would say the Aiel would be more Norse, I suppose, very battle culture, whereas the Shonshan are the Japanese culture. So they are. The Borderlands would are said are more Norse. Would the Aiel would be? I don't think the Aiel would be Norse. I think the Aiel would be more um, sand. So you would be talking about more Arabic. Whereas I think the Borderlanders, the Southerners, are more Norse ones because they had the knights, but they are also European as well because they're all knights and chargers and stuff like that. It takes a lot of things like the White Cloaks are very Crusaders, aren't they?
Yes.
The Borderlanders are European knights. The Aiel are more Arabic sand dwellers. Then
And
St. John Shan are
I
very
think
Japanese
there's
culture.
misnomer to it. Although the older Arabic nations have that kind of honor,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
that
it's
stuff, but it feels a very big mix between, shall we say, not just the Vikings, but like the northern Russians.
yes, you
Although
had
they
everything.
do live in a desolate landscape.
Because they talk about the ones with the horses, so they're more Genghis Khan type. Because there's a lot of the horsemen of this particular region. There's the sea folk who are more African because the descriptions of certain things, and they have different areas, and each of them has a different culture within the land, and it just they have taken bits and pieces from a lot of different cultures. Sometimes they've mixed them up. Sometimes they've got maybe an Arabic culture with a European culture mixed in, so there's bits and pieces of both. Then you've got a Japanese culture coming in with a part African culture mixed in, and he's done that. So he's taken big bits of culture, but he's sort of slipped in different aspects of it.
Yes.
So
Which is kind of what I really like about the
yeah.
books.
Anyway, that is for tomorrow's stream. We talked too much about it.
I had a feeling we would. It's literally
I know,
why,
I think so because it's
the show came out yesterday, and I've literally held off not watching it.
So
I will watch it tomorrow morning. So I have no clue what Amazon has done with this TV show.
Yeah, I've just got the link and I'm just putting it in. Going, so this is for FFSI. This is for archers.
Yes. Remember to subscribe to our
Yeah,
channel.
remember to subscribe. Go over there because it's the stream for how to grow a legend, the King Arthur, the legend stuff. So, and that is 22 hours at 9:30 tomorrow. I'm doing a stream at 8 o'clock tomorrow, so, and I'm hoping to be finished going to that one to watch tomorrow. So go over to Archer's stream and
I'm sure we can give him a raid or something. So we'll finish about that time and just say everybody go.
Well, an hour to discuss the one episode should give us plenty of time. However, let's go on to let's see, what will we go on to? Shall we go on to
Pick of the week?
I got my stuff ready.
I've got my stuff ready. Right, you want to see my eBay purchases?
Give me what you got.
eBay purchases. This is one of my favorite, fairly modern.
I
Bluestone
profess I
42.
know what that is at all.
Basically, it's a bomb disposal squad in Afghanistan, and it's a comedy. The first season is superb. At the end of the first season, they had a Christmas episode, and they lost the number 2, Millsy. It wasn't as good when he left because they brought in Power Block, and the dynamics weren't as funny. But Mac and Rocket are 2 Scotsmen in it, and Rocket is absolutely hilarious through all 3 seasons. The third season, same again, it drops a wee bit in quality, but it's still good, but it's just not excellent. The first season is excellent. Bluestone 42, Bluestone 42, a bomb disposal unit in Afghanistan, a comedy, believe it or not. And look
Bluestone
out for Mac
42 is definitely on my list now.
Yeah. And I only added to my episode, my season, at season 3 of Plebs. I liked the first 3 seasons. Season 4 is like coupling season 4. Season 1, 2, and 3 are fantastic. Season 4, when they change the characters, it drops in quality. Unfortunately, Plebs did the same with coupling. They dropped some of the characters left. One of the characters left in Plebs, Stylax, he left, and they brought in a new guy. wasn't as the dynamics changed and it wasn't as funny. Coupling, same again.
Yeah.
There you go. Somebody else that's got good taste. Arthur Collin, Bluestone 4-2. Ah. Excellent, Cam. Thank you. We need to get us lot up there. Yeah, I think the thing is the interaction between officers and rank. I think it's because it's a bomb disposal unit. They're a bit more flexible with it because of the detail for the protection. So it was more of a family thing. Family. They tried to do it was although they still had the roles, they still had the bit where they were trying to do it. But I think they didn't want to leave it so there was the division because of that. Because if you had the division, it would be like almost like two comedies trying to come together to do it. But I thought that it worked quite well. And just for if you were wanting to go for something a bit more gritty, is Generation Kill. That ain't a comedy, but it's humorous, and it's a one season about an American patrol on in Afghanistan, and that is fun. It's not a comedy in any means, but it's got fun parts in it. Plebs, yeah, Plebs is basically it's about it's about Rome. Believe it or not, 3 plebs in Rome. Ilax, Marcus, and Grumio, who's the slave, and they've got a job. One of them is a shredder, the other one's a copier. So they work in a building, and when somebody comes in, if they need 3 copies, and they literally copies it. So he's the photocopier. The other one's shredder. He literally just rips up all the old copies, and that is their job. And there's also another guy, Waterboy, Waterman. And he, believe it or not, he's actually, I think he's a writer or director in it. He actually plays the water boy in it. So Plebs is really funny. I think it's very, and the actual sets are amazing. I think they used sets that were built for something else, and it actually looks really good considering it is
it is what it is.
A six episode comedy thingy. So that's what I got from eBay. And I didn't get a lot from the charity shops.
Oh, I have a nice bunch.
Well, what I'll do is
I'm not revealing it yet.
I'll do my charity shops next. Right, but let's catch up a wee bit. Danger UXB, that's an old one. That was fun. That's an old one. Danger Unexploding Bomb UXB. I remember that, but I've not seen it for years. Wow.
I believe Disaster Area is following up with a good question here. So
an ordnance, but then again, you have
that's still fairly impressive, Cam.
Yeah, very. They had one of those troops going armed. That was the very last episode, yes. That was the very last episode. That's how it finished. Yeah, that was season 3. And Danger UXB, I think was she in it? I can't remember. Deborah Walton was in it.
Well, I have an amazing chat here. Why would I do my own IMDb with the chat? It will literally tell me a half and a heartbeat. It's like, boom, that's what was going on.
Yep. See, I don't know if Deborah Lawton was in Danger UXB. Anyway, there's only 2 things I got. One DVD. Mm-hmm. It's an old classic, but it's not too geeky, unfortunately.
Don't care, Oliver. It's still geeky enough. It's like what I was saying before. It's like I don't care about the musicals or anything like that. They seem as a side or like you're just musical. But if you know everything of Rocky Horror Picture Show, Oliver, Seven Sisters, Seven Brothers, whatever they're called.
Seven
If you know
brides for seven brothers.
seven, yeah, exactly. If you know that detail, you're still geeky about something.
Oh, I know, I'm aware of that. And I got this right. I'm going to do it slowly.
Robert H. Heinlein. Starship Troop. Is that the book? Oh, really? Wow.
99p
Now,
charity shop.
now I'm envious. I have it on audiobook. And
I've got it in audiobook, but
it
as
is
soon as I
like,
picked up, as soon as I walked in, it was lying there, and I thought, "Oh, need to get that one." It's just because I'd been. It's just I saw it. I couldn't resist it. It's one of my favorite movies. So that was what I picked up in the charity shop today. Just that one DVD and one book, and I was over the moon. But I
bet you
I
were.
went and got some toys as well. But they'll do after you do your stuff.
Oh, you mean I have to show my stuff now?
Yeah, I
Because you
showed
were
mine. You
already
show
showing
yours.
such amazing stuff. So I'm not
Yeah.
sure mine is holding up here. Well, I'll begin. Unfortunately, it's the modern version of it. I know there's an older film. I have not seen this one, but I will be seeing it over the next couple of days. It is
Rollerball. Oh, nah, the classic one was great. And guys, Deborah Watling was in Danger UXB. I just checked.
yeah.
But Rollerball, I loved Rollerball.
But
So
this is the modern
re-
one, so it
aye.
has
The
Jean
remake was
Reno.
not as good, but the blood in it was a bit better. But the original one was just fun. It's like watching Frankenstein all over again. Death Race 2000. Death Race
Absolutely.
2000 was a good movie. The remake was not as good, but Sylvester Stallone, David Carradine, come on, the original one. But Rollerball was just fun. The idea of it is just the violence. I remember the bit where the guy's head lands in the run and they fire out the ball again, boing, in his face. That's
Yep.
it still sits there.
But it was. That's not the original, but the original had that kind of impact. So when I saw it, it's like I grab it and it's like it's not the original. But I'm actually curious to see what will be doing it because I love Jean Reno as an actor. He's competent. He's really good at what he does. So I'm very curious to see what they do in this one. However, because I have four more. The next one is a 4-in-1 box.
Mm-hmm. A jacket. I got that one. No. Wait a minute. The Man, the Myth. I've got that one. I've got the exact same one. It is. Oh, where's my martial arts one? It's either down there, or it's because I've got two copies of the Jackie Chan Rumble in the Bronx because I've got the one on its own and I've got one that is part of that. The Bruce Lee stuff, Jackie Chan, that is a superb collection. I love those ones.
Yes,
So
that's
I have,
literally why I picked it up. But it's one of my 5 because
yeah,
you pop into a charity shop, you get 5 DVDs for a quid.
yeah, and that's basically I've got that one. So I have. It's just a superb collection.
The next one I really like because they it's more thinking level than action level, even though it's the action is always poised at the outside of
Does
it.
it have a special set of skills?
No, it doesn't. But the actors are playing really well off each other.
Negotiator. I've seen that ad. I can't remember too much about it, but I have seen it. But it's been years ago I saw that one.
But
Kevin
it
Spacey and
is the fact that they play so well off each other, and I know that there's been controversies amongst all of the acting cast and everything, but separating the actor from the performance or whatever it is, I still think that's a really good hostage negotiating kind of film. However, I have two more, and I got them from the charity shop, and both of them are still in the cellophane. None have been opened.
superb.
So surprised I got them, but I don't know what to show first. So I'll ask you, would you like a drama or a sci-fi?
Sci-fi.
What sci-fi
I'm
show?
one of those ones. As soon as I hear the one, you could have actually used as in the 15 things. As soon as you said one I like, that comes up first. I said the same to my wife when she's offering me food. As soon as you mention something I like, the rest of them is irrelevant.
Well, bring the sci-fi up first.
The Thing, superb. I've got that one.
Yep.
John Carpenter's
I think you've actually shown that one before, but now I'll bring up the drama.
Done.
Can you guess?
Is it a war drama?
Nope. It's a school drama.
Breakfast Club.
No, even better than Breakfast Club.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Not that much comedy.
A school one. It's no Grease.
Definitely not the musical.
Come on, guys. Let us know what you think. Because he's going to
I mean,
put,
I'm showing the backside here. You should
know,
be
but
able to kind of like
it's-
Google.
no. Can
Are
very
you
see
ready?
the pictures. Yes, go. Let's go. Dead Poet Society. Robin Williams at his best. Yeah, very good.
So those were the five I managed to get for this week. And Dead Poet Society is definitely, once this stream is ending, that's the one going up on my big screen. Because I think that is, other than, it's not Kingfisher, it's when he's playing
The Fisher King.
Fisher King, yes. That is one of my all-time Robin Williams favorites.
Yeah.
But
Superb.
that one is just as good. But that one is what I'm watching
Yeah.
tonight.
Right. I was in B&M again today. Remember the Star Trek figures I got? I got Uhura, Kirk, Spock, and Khan.
Yeah.
They had a Vulcan, but I decided Romulan, but I decided not to get him. However, I did pick up
Data.
Data, and there's a couple new in the set. I want to get a Q
Oh, you got Q behind it. Q
and
Picard Data.
but I picked up Data. So there's only 3 in the next generation. These are fairly new compared to the Star Trek, the original series ones. And I picked up Data. It was the last one left of Data. And I noticed in the back they've got a Q or a Picard. Not caring about the Picard one, but I definitely want a Q one. And Data, one of the best ones. And my pick of the week was dun, dun,
Alex, Doctor Who.
Bobble Action. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Mini
It's a
figurines multi-pack.
really nice pickup. And the models looks amazing as well.
They do. They actually look really good. So you've got the Gold Dalek, the Dalek Warrior, the Emperor Dalek, and the Necros Dalek. And
How
they are
much was
part of
that,
a
by the way?
they're part of a set called Bobble Buddies. Right, this I am want to collect more, not just Doctor Who, because I opened it. At the moment, they have got 34 done. They've got 5 more in development, but they don't tell you what the 5 are. They just show you the silhouette. However, the first 4 are Laurel and Hardy. So there's 2 of them. So Stan and Laurel just with their normal outfits on, classic suits. Then you've got Stan and Laurel in their Sons of the Desert outfits. So that's them there. I want those 4. The next 4 are 3 are Del Boy, Rodney, and Uncle Albert. But down here, you've got Granda, you've got Trigger and Boise, you've got
Yep.
Mr. Bean, 2 Mr. Bean ones. You've also got Dad's Army, so you've got Captain Mannering, you've got Sergeant Wilson, you've got Lance Corporal Jones, and you've got Private Pike. But you've also got Private Fraser, Private Godfrey, and Private Walker. And you have got Doctor Who figures. You've got Pertwee's Doctor, Baker's Doctor, Tom's Doctor, and Tennant's Doctor. You've got 5 Daleks, 3 you've seen, 4 you've seen there, and the other one is just a standard Dalek. So you've got Dalek, Imperial Emperor Dalek, Gold Dalek. So there's a single Dalek as well. I think that'll probably come as part of a set. Then you've got Allo characters. You've got Rennie.
Oh.
You've got Officer Crabtree. You've got Herr Flick. And then from Are You Being Served? These are the ones I want. You've got Captain Peacock, Mr. Humphreys, Mrs. Slocum is the 3rd one I'm going to buy, or the 5th one I'm going to buy. I'm going to buy the Laurel and Hardy ones, and I'm going to buy the Mrs. Slocum one. Then you've also got Mr. Rumpled. Then they've got 5 other ones. I think maybe one might be a Charlie Chaplin figure, but I'm not entirely sure because one's a Woody. It looks like Woody from Toy Story, but you can just see the silhouettes. As I said, there's no names next to them, but there's silhouettes. So it could be anything. It could be from any of the shows already.
But you see, I like collections like that where they
Yeah.
can like shade it
Yeah.
out. You got the hint of what it could be.
Yeah. So that's what I'm going to start buying. I'm going to start collecting the Bobble Buddies. I need to find the website where I can buy them, but it'll be on this Big Chief Studio. Oh, it's the Big Chief stuff. .co.uk. So it's the Big Chief stuff. And I know I've heard Gary talk about the Big Chief stuff, so should be able to get access to them quite easily. I thought the Big Chief was a US thing. Now they've got it in the UK, so I'll be able to check that. So let me see. Where are we? Where were we? The James Cairns remake. Right. Captain My Captain. Yep. It's a great movie, that Dead Poet Society. Yeah, because he didn't have the 3rd law, basically do no harm one, but it was a fast and loose thing. The fact that he could actually just kill a living being, even a human, even or an alien. I suppose he could have got around it by whatever, but yeah. What else? The 3 law is one reaction or an action, but the fact that is he could sit back and actually, or he could command a starship which could do damage and blow things up. He has killed in the past. And that looks. See, is that the other one I was mentioning? And the Emperor from Time. So no. So the Emperor Dalek, the Gold Dalek, the Warrior Dalek, and the Necron are in that one, and the only other Dalek is just a standard Dalek. So have you got the same set, the Bobble Buddies? If you have, that means there's more than I expected. Positronic robot, aye. I don't know if they come in sets. This one came in a set, the Dalek Invasion sets. So I'm assuming the Laurel and Hardy ones will come in 2 separate sets. So I can't imagine them doing the set of the 4 Laurel and Hardys, because if they were doing sets of 4, then that means the Dad's Army one, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Dad's Army figures. So I can imagine them doing 2 sets of 3 or something like that, or a set of 3 and a set of 4. Laurel and Hardy, I can't see them doing the set of 4, which is the 2 guys, one each other. But even the Mr. Bean, there's 2 Mr. Bean, one smiling and one sneering. There's from Only Fools, you've got Dale, Rodney, Uncle Albert, Granda, Trigger, and Boise. So that's 6. So is it 3 and 3? The Doctor Who figures, you apart from the 5 Daleks, you've got 3 Doctors. And then the Allo Allo, there's only 2 or 3 from Allo Allo, and there's 4 from Are You Being Served? So I don't know. I would assume they would come in doubles. You might actually get maybe Baker, Tom Baker with a Dalek, or you might get Baker and Pertwee, and you might get Tennant in a Dalek. And with the Are You Being Served, it might come as a set of 4, whereas Allo Allo might come as a set of 3. Similar idea for the other stuff, because there's sets of 3s and 4s. It is, I don't know. It's as simple as that.
Well, you say simple, but it is. Where
It's as simple as I don't know. It's simple as
we're
I
buying
don't know.
it, and it's like, oh, I
So-
got like 9 duplicates of one. I didn't get
I
my
got
collection.
one other thing today. This is not necessarily a stream worthy, but dun dun dun. Retro sweets.
Oh,
Like,
all I have is the tropical, what do you call them? Sours, tropical sours. Oh, I remember that one.
double dip. Yep.
Yes. So you had your stick and you licked it and you just like
Yep.
dunked in the other
Orange
two
and
then just,
cherry. 2 fruits. The double
Yeah.
dip. And what else have I got? Parma violets.
oh, they're
Curry
amazing.
puffs. And nib hearts. Actually, they're all here.
They're the reason I have bad teeth.
Oh God, I know. That's why I've got basically. That's why I've got on a beard, so I can hide my face, so I can actually smile without actually going all the time. But so, right. So the rest of they're saying he would love
I
the
was
set.
always a sucker as a kid for the when you got the collectibles. It was like rip
Right.
the pack open. It's like you threw the collectible away because you wanted the sweets and candy.
Yeah,
It's
that's always
like,
the case.
I shouldn't have done that. I mean, there was so
But
many
who
collectibles.
realises they're collectibles at the time? Well, there you
Always-
go. See, I want the Are You Being Served. I love Molly Sugden. I love her in a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
So I want a Mrs. Slocum. Same as a Mr. Humphrey. Basically, Mr. Rumple, Captain Peacock. I just want them all. And all the figures in that, apart from the Rowan Atkinsons, I don't care enough about Mr. Bean to get even mildly amused by it. I watched the TV show and I thought it was okay. The movies, I just thought just didn't suit me. Yet that's the type of stupid humour I normally like, but I don't know what it is. I love Rowan Atkinson and everything else he does. I seen him on stage doing stuff that he did for Mr. Bean on the TV show, but he done them on stage with, believe it or not, Angus Deaton. And so it was sketches he brought all together as Mr. Bean. So I've seen them on.
But he's very, very acute, and I know Mr. Bean is getting a lot of flack from it, but he's kind of like Time Team's Robinson. There is so much more to him than just the one thing he's getting known for.
Yeah,
And I love that. I love that about actors, presenters, whatever you want to call them, because Rowan Atkinson is by far not just Mr. Bean.
Oh, no, God, Blackadder, come on.
Yeah.
He's done so much, but the thing is, that's what I'm saying. I don't like his Mr. Bean character, but
I
like
love his Mr. Bean
a lot of
character,
stuff he's done.
but not all of it. I do love the fact where he strapped like a sofa on top of his what's the car called? It's
Oh,
a very unique British car.
yeah, it basically the Trotters had one. It's the Reliant Robin.
Yes, but I love that bit of it, and I love his New Year's Eve celebration where his guests are, shall we say, slightly put off by the fact that he has not been the greatest New Year's Eve host,
The best
but
one he did.
the guy is sneaking into the room and he's trying to like, I forgot my hat. I'm gonna grab it back. But just at that very moment,
The paint bomb goes off.
Mr. Bean has stuck a rocket, a New Year's Eve rocket, into like
A white
tin
gloss
can.
paint can, and he's
Yeah.
wrapped everything up. He doesn't want paint and
Yes,
tissue paper.
exactly, and it explodes, and you get to see the aftermath of it. It's like you don't get to see that he got splattered, but you got to see the aftermath, that the fact that there is his silhouette on the wall.
Yeah,
that
the
exploded.
the best one I ever saw with the Mr. Bean character was when he was giving it the one, two, three, get back in there, you can one, try to count the sheep, and then he ends. He gets the picture. He's got the picture of the sheep, and he's going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then he goes like that. He goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and he goes time. And he looks at the number and goes. So basically, he's counting his sheep, but instead of counting them, he just multiplies how many across by how many down. And as soon as he sees the figure, he just goes, and that was him sleeping. That was the funniest one I've seen. But yeah, I saw the TV show. The TV show was fun, but the movies and the animated series, and it just seemed to it went a bit too long, and they went a bit
It
too
felt that
silly.
we're milking the stuff. Even with the films, it's like there are funny moments, and heck yeah, they're actually playing against what's his name? He's been in Al McBeal and everything, but
Yeah,
he's a good comedian as well. But it felt they're trying to force it when they're making this.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It's just a case of I'm not a fan. Oh, not in 9 o'clock news would be good figures. Getting some of them.
That's a name I have not heard in a long time.
But that name kind of lingers.
It does.
If you remember the song from the very last episode.
As Colin is pointing out, it's Mr. Bean is not for everyone.
Exactly.
Even when he's at his best, I can see people
even some
going.
of the things that are top of the game. How many things do we know that I don't like that other people do, but Dad have an issue with it? No, it doesn't, because I keep on saying my likes and dislikes have no impact on you. Your likes and dislikes have no impact on me, because if I knew a lot of the stuff you liked that I didn't like, and you recommended something, I would say, well, I don't like your taste, so I'm unlikely to watch it. However, because we've got different likes and dislikes, and there's a lot overlap, that's why we can actually all sit and talk about different movies and recommend movies to each other. However, just because I recommend a movie to you, you might actually think, oh, well, that was okay, or nah, that's no my type of movie. It doesn't mean we go, no talking to you again because you didn't like my favourite movie. But that's the type of thing
my favorite movie is my favorite movie. It's not yours. It's not anyone else. I loved a movie because I loved it. I could care less if you like it or loved it or hated it. It doesn't have an impact on me. The way we do this channel is a little bit, hey, I'm really enjoying this film. This is a story I like. There's something here. Let's hear what you guys have to say.
Mhm.
I'm not offended if I gave you my best movie of all time that I think is like, it's over the moon, it's over the top, it's the best ever, and you go, meh.
Well, I can honestly say there's a movie I really like that I'm not really going to mention too much, and if like
May it be a pronoun, perhaps?
it may be a pronoun, it may be a decent movie, but
No,
the
I
thing
don't.
is,
I don't think it's a bad one because I love it too,
well,
but it's by no means my favorite.
so it's a movie for me. But the thing is, it's a movie I like. But if I recommend it to somebody, they say, "No, it's not my type of movie," I'll say it's a shame, but it's one of my favourites. Doesn't mean that, oh, I'm no donkey again, because, but that's the thing, we all have different takes. But Collins was, I like trucking, I like trucking, I like trucking, and I like to truck. That's not the song I was talking about. They did a song right at the end of the final episode, was called Kinda Lingers. And it was obviously, they didn't know right up to the 5 minutes before it was actually being broadcast if they were going to allow to be broadcast it, because it was kind of lingers. And
You
it
see,
was
this is where the geeky level comes in.
uh,
Just knowing what it is, and then having deep passion and knowledge and loving the concept. This is what I'm saying. It's like I have no fear. I don't know where it comes from, but I have no fear that I have tons of films that I know no one else on this planet would go and say, yeah.
yeah.
They would literally say that's the worst film I've ever seen. I'm just
Oh,
going,
do you want to hear
really?
a very, very, not a sad story, but it's a sad story to me. Like, you know, I love my John Wayne stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lady was in the office, yeah, at the weekend, and we were talking about, just talking about geeky things. We got on to my man cave and her stuff, and she says, well, her son used to actually collect as well, and he did things. She says, I actually had a load of stuff I tried to sell on eBay and I couldn't get rid of it. I ended up binning it. And she says, it was John Wayne stuff. And I went, no. She says, oh, do you like John Wayne? I says, I've got a Duke sitting out there, my car. I says, I love John Wayne. I've got all these movies. And I says, I've even been looking for stuff. So I went onto my phone and dug out the things that I was looking at. And as I did that, she brought up a picture of all the stuff that she binned, and they were identical. It was all the John Wayne figures. They stand about that, and they're on in a wee glass case. They're like any time between £10 and £15 each. And she had 12 of them. Nobody bought them, so she just binned them. And it was 2 weeks before.
She
And
could have made a fortune from that.
yeah, I was
It's
gutted.
not.
But the fact is, I was gutted. But she showed us a picture. She showed us a picture. She's got a pencil drawing of John Wayne. So I'm trying to talk her out of it.
Yes, goldfish mouth is like.
So, but the thing is, it's one of those things. It's just she was trying to get rid of them. Nobody was buying them, and I was showing her the ones. Literally, I dug out my phone, and where is it? It is sitting there. And as I showed this picture, I'll show you the picture. Uh, I showed her that picture. So it's figures like that. See them? Used to be John Wayne figures, all in wee glass cases like that. And she showed me hers, and hers were all identical. So they were. So they're probably slightly better. See them? They're just the wee John Wayne figures, and they've got the wee glass case for sitting over the top of them. So they stand out about that. So just imagine them just sitting on the shelf like that in a wee glass case with a John Wayne figure and one of his stances. And I was gutted. I'm telling you, I was almost a case of I'm gonna cry. But it was literally I was
Yeah,
so
I
gutted.
would so have been involved in a sniper war on eBay if it had come across my timeline.
Yeah.
Okay, I may not have paid like stupid money, but I would still have gone. I was like, that's worth a bit to me because I like it.
Yeah. But even if she turned around and says, "Listen, I was trying to sell these, but I can't get money," or says, "Right, okay, a fiver each," that means I'm getting a good deal. But she was going to throw them. We were both at a good deal, but it's just unfortunate. I like that one. The best caption from 99 O'Clock News magazine was the SAS going over the balcony into the Iranian embassy with the tagline, "All because they hate the hostages love milk tray." Well, there is that. Although I did like Braveheart, I just don't like Mel Gibson in it. Kind of lingers. That's the one.
For me, Braveheart is. It's not Mel Gibson. It's not any of the actors. It's the cinematography. The landscape is gorgeous. The hills, the mountains, the trees, everything looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Really, really looks beautiful. It makes you understand why they want to defend the place.
Yep. Yep. And there you go. Cam's right. It'd be pretty boring. As I've said as well, if we all like one thing, there would be one thing. There would be one TV show, one movie, one band, one artwork. Basically, they'd be all the same. And that is the thing. How many times have I, like, Repo Man, never seen it in my life. One weird movie, but it's still enjoyable. What We Do in the Shadows, a weird mockumentary, but it's funny. It's great. But there's been a couple of movies I thought they were okay. It's not a movie I would have actually gone out and bought or I would watch again and again. But
even so, it's a good fun film.
Uh-huh.
And here's the thing, and this is why I'm trying to stay off of Twitter, whatever it is, because I'd like to separate the artist from their work. You may be an absolute idiot, but you may have told one of the most amazing sci-fi fantasy werewolf vampire story there is. I'll still apply the curiosity. I want to see what it is that you did. And I know that the main guy behind this, What We Do in Shadows, he's basically been ranted on by everybody from Friday Night Lights because he said some weird things. But I'm going, I don't care too much about you as the individual. I want, what did you show me? What did you try to do? Now, I have to agree, unfortunately, quality of the work since something like What We Do in the Shadows definitely dropped.
Yeah.
There is not the quality. And I think it's not passion that has been lost from the individual. I think it is they're trying too much to appease something that isn't there.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely like, I would even say it's on the level of loving What We Do in Shadows, but the Thor films he's been involved in as director, writer, whatever it was they was doing, it's like
Was the thing. It was the Yes Man. his character was the worst character. Sorry, no, yes, man. Sorry. Good night, Art, Cam, and thanks for being here. Have a good one. No, he was in Free Guy, and I disliked his character in Free Guy. He played the boss in Free Guy.
Yeah.
It's just
Wow.
my there you
He
go.
was so
Actors,
bad. I didn't even like clock him to belong to the rest of the film because he was
Yeah.
so.
It was so out
It's
of it.
like,
I know.
get that out of here. The rest is good enough.
My favourite John Wayne film, I think, is True Grit. Rooster Cogburn. I just love that character. I like him as the American.
stole
I
what I
like
was
the
gonna
one.
say.
Was it the Sands of Iwo One of the few he got killed in. He gets shot just at the end of the movie. Yeah, I mean he's been in so many great movies, but the Alamo I love the Alamo. I've got the remake of the Alamo, which is pants, absolute pants. The remake is garbage, considering they used a lot of CGI to give a bigger battle sense. Junk. The original has got so many extras; it actually looks like a big battle scene rather than the CGI to make it look as if there's a lot more. I think the Alamo is a one fantastic movie.
Yeah, so Alamo is great, but I'm still falling back to True Grit. It's just
Yep.
because you get more up close and personal with him through the young girl. You get more from him. He doesn't have to do, he how do I best describe it? He doesn't just have to go like pew 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 shoot everything. He actually has to up his character, but he's a narcissistic beehole that just happens to be good in tracking people down. But the young girl from the what is it, 60s or 70s? I know there's a remake of it, but the young girl back then managed to actually bring some life to him. He's not just someone that just go out and shoot people.
Yeah. Oh, see when we do before we go further, the what we do in the shadows. I love the twins. The twins.
Twin?
Remember they introduced the two twin girls. These twins. It was a shame. It's a shame for them because they were turned so young. There'll always be that, and they said to him, "So
Oh yes.
who are you going to meet?" He says, "Aye, we're organised to meet a pedo." And then there's one of them standing there, and the guy comes up, and the other one goes behind him, strangles him, and then the two of them jump them and eat him. I thought, basically, they're taking such a serious thing, and there you go. That's their target audience. They're basically they're using what they've got to actually hunt down and just feed on the worst people in society. And you're sitting there thinking, that is it is a very strong statement, but they did it in such a way so serious that it made it a funny thing that you're sitting there thinking, those two alike. It doesn't matter about if it was real or not. The fact is, you could say, I like those two because their target is okay. You can have as many of those as you want.
Yeah, but I'm the same. It's like if a preteen girl got turned into a vampire, immortal forever, she has to live that way. And if you take Interview with a Vampire, the young girl that she's like what 12 years old, but she's obviously growing older mentally, and she's going it's like I'm missing out so much that I could have had, but she's still not even a teenager. And I'm going, that's a clever way of playing it. And it's like, okay, we have these perverts, we have these predators. Why not eat them? And I'm just going, I even feel sorry for Peter being burned by the sun because the vampire hunter comes in. I feel sorry about him, but the guy that is like young girls and everything, and they literally just like pillow across his throat or whatever it is that they have,
Yeah.
and it's like they kill him, and it's like just going, go right ahead.
See, the interview with the vampire, I've only seen once, and it was years ago, and I can't even remember a bit about it. The only reason I
It's
remember
because
I've
it's
seen
Val
it,
Kilmer and Tom Cruise.
I think it's
It's
just because
unforgettable.
I think it was just one of those ones. I can't even remember if I'm assuming I didn't like it, but I can't even remember if I hated it or I liked it. Or I just thought it was me. I just cannot remember it. But I know I did see it, but it is so gone. So I don't know
I'll
if Kristen
say
Dunst's character
my
was like
rating
that.
is decent, but if I'm giving it a score, it's probably 4.5, 5.
See, I can't even comment on it. But
No, I say I'm saying 4.5 to 5. If it's a 6 or above, I'll watch it again. 4.5 to 5. I saw it once. It was okay. Didn't evoke anything wanting me to watch it again.
yeah,
So if we take something like Boss Level,
yeah.
10 out of 10,
Oh God,
I
all the
will
way.
watch it again and
Even
again.
even Free Guy, I would give that a good 8 or 9 because it was just, even though they had problems, it was just fun. It was entertaining.
But you see, this is where it's like, okay, consistency of a story as a good level, but did you have fun watching it?
Mhm.
The
But
consistency
that's
is
what I'm
like
saying.
how stuff works. I don't care. If
You
I was laughing,
you look at the Tomorrow War. See the two marks. One's there and one's there. That one there, if you're just looking for plain mindless entertainment value. This one here, if you're looking for a story. So if you're watching it just for pure mindless entertainment, you don't care, you don't want to think, you just want to see good visuals, good fights. That's Tomorrow's War. But if you want a coherent story, then Tomorrow's Wars are way down here
yep.
because there is no coherent story because the story they give you doesn't make sense and they change it at the end anyway, so it didn't all happen.
Yep.
So, eh, so it makes a
But
paradox.
maybe
They go back in time to get the
the
people to come
Tomorrow War
forward.
is a good example of that. Action and entertainment, way up here. It's gorgeous. It's visual. It has like the action. It's got all of that. If you follow the story, you're kind of falling down.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. When you've got a story that makes no sense from the beginning about them coming back in time, because as soon as they come back in time, they've changed history for when it happened. So they're acting as if they didn't know what happened, what caused it, yet they've already gone back in time and told the people in the past, and then they actually stopped it happening, which means they would never have come back in time to let them go. And that's why I said, well, see the time travel. So they're going in a loop. It's not, it's an alternate reality. It's just so happened it's 30 years in advance. So they're going to, there's a bridge between those two realities. So anything that happened in this one is still not going to change. So they find it and stop it happening in this one, and it doesn't change in this one. So this planet is still gone because it's overrun because they've never made anything change because they're two different realities. That's
You
how I would
see,
look at it.
I've watched it. I love the concept of time travel in films and
The
TV shows and
concept is
everything.
good.
But there is my personal experience, only one single episode that has done time experience. I won't say time travel, but it's from the next Star Trek, The Next Generation, and it was where Picard is being trapped by a satellite. His mind is being transferred, and he's getting to live through
Yeah,
an
that was the
entire
one when they placed the
civilizations.
flute.
But at the end of it, he learns how to play. What is it, the
It was
flute
the
or the
Mexico.
yeah?
Yeah.
But that is a brilliant thing. You get to experience time, but regardless of what he does, it doesn't change the outcome. It's an accurate time traveling experience. He gets to be brought back,
Yeah,
so he
it's
gets to understand their history, but he
yeah.
cannot
It's,
change.
so he lives it. So he basically it's a satellite to make sure their history is known by letting people live it, which is it
Yes.
was a good episode, I must admit. But there has been a couple ones which were entertaining. Good couple of time travel movies were entertaining. Didn't make sense. Back to the Future don't make sense, but they're not meant to. They don't actually try and pretend that they're anything other than just an entertaining thing. They don't change the world. They just change those people's lives. However, when you've got something like Tomorrow's War, where if you want it to make sense, then don't think about it as a time travel movie. Think think about it as a dimension travel movie.
Yes.
You take that dimension travel, so you're going from world A to world B. The only difference is world B is 30 years behind world A. So they're taking the people from world B into world A to try and help it, right? And the reason they can't take anybody, it was alive when the war happened. That's why they're taking people who died prior to the war starting, is in case they bump into people themselves. So if they bump into themselves, it'll cause a alternate antimatter bang, whatever. It'll disrupt the flow for the gateway. They could have explained that rather than saying, "Oh, we just don't want people who were dead before." They wanted people who were dead before. That's the people because they weren't alive when the war happened. Makes zero sense because all the people get killed when the war happened. Why not take them to give them a fighting chance, train them up? Yeah, but so if they're in alternate realities, then that reality, the fact that they found it and stopped it, wouldn't have stopped them coming back in time because it's different realities. So if you take it as the time travel thing out the loop and make it a dimension jump, just so happens one dimension's running 30 years ahead, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, the Tomorrow War still leaves me with so many questions.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You take that
But
wee
I
aspect
would
out.
give this for an action film.
It was fun.
I loved it.
But that's what I'm saying. See, if you wanted to make a bit more sense, don't think about it as time travel. Think about it as dimension jumping. So if you take the dimension jump and then think of all the things that were wrong with it, what does the dimension jump from one reality to another, which is running 30 years behind, do to the story? Doesn't make it make less sense? Makes more sense, but or doesn't break the continuity?
Well, exactly. But I think, unfortunately, you and I are the worst people to ever comment on this because we're so spoiled. We
Yeah,
had, and I'll keep it really narrow. We've had Stargate SG-1, the TV show. They experimented and played so many times around this with time travel, alternate universes, alternate dimensions, all of that. We already have that cooked into our DNA. So when a new film like this comes along, we are immediately going like, that doesn't work. That's broken. That would never function. That's not how it would work.
yeah,
But if I'm looking at my really young friends, uh, the people that have barely been alive as long as I've actually been able to watch sci-fi, um,
yeah.
they're eating it up. But it's because that's what they're being served today. They haven't seen uh, Predator 1, Predator 2. They haven't seen the original Terminator. They've heard about Terminator 2, but for them, the best Terminator film is Terminator 3. And I'm going, but fair enough. You did not see where it came from. You did not understand that the Terminator was actually dangerous rather than just a
Yeah.
gorgeous woman in a liquid metal body. And it's like, really? We had that. Although I will say, what is it, Robert Patrick? He's a fairly good-looking fellow, but I'm not bent that way. But still, he makes the level between you can understand why he could go through society unless he's being shot and like has to remelt himself, but he could charm or persuade people to do things. And he has a police uniform, so therefore he's carrying authority. You can see that, but I don't see that in what's it, Christina Loken's Terminator 3. Because all she has is like a red leather suit and doesn't really interact with people. She never gives any kind of level of authority or charm. I mean, Robert Patrick, when he actually finds Connor's foster family, he managed to get into the household because looks, charms, ability to speak, ability to communicate. But if you made a Terminator film today, it would just be, oh, I'll kill you. You be dead. That's all it's ever going to be. And it's the lack of thinking that I so miss in stories. And this is why I'm hesitant going to see Dune.
Well, I know I'm quite hesitant to go and see Dune as well. Timeless, I remember that series. That was the one that to me went a bit crazy because they had the 4 people going back in time, 2 of them black, 2 of them white, 2 of them women, 2 of them men, and they had the women, the 2 women dressed as soldiers going through. One of them was the security for the mission, but the black women soldiers going through, and people weren't even actually, they didn't even look like men. And during the First World War trenches, and they were walking through as if nothing was, people would see every day, and it wasn't unusual. Whereas I'm sure they did an earlier one of that, and it had Keisha, oh, what was her name? She was in the Almighty Johnson. She played Gaia. Keisha Castle Hughes in it. I've met her. She's really nice. And she, the thing is, when they went back in time, the colour guy turns around and says, I can't, he says, I know my way, I know how to drive, because the white guy didn't know how to drive. And he says, oh no, he says, you go in the back, I'll drive. And he says, I can't sit in the back with a white woman while a white man is driving me. We'll get dragged out of the car and lynched because it's not done during this time. Which was really good because they were showing how there was the 3 of them and they didn't even hesitate. Well, you drive, you sit in the back. And he's saying, that's fine in our time. But now, if we get seen doing that, we will get lynched because it's not done. Which showed the difference between then and now for race abuse. Whereas in this one,
we
the act
had
existed
we
if it was
had
never
plenty
happened.
of that kind of stupid nonsense. It's like, oh, you're black or you're woman or whatever the reason they had. But something I liked, and this is a reason. So I cannot say that this is 110,000% true. But apparently, when the Americans came over, the Americans during World War II to get ready to storm Normandy.
Oh, I know exactly what you're going to say, and you're right.
Yeah, they had this whole segregation society mentality, but the British didn't have it.
Well, the American government told a lot of British villages that they had to segregate their pubs So the the British did. They said, "Fine, no problem, blacks only."
Yeah, which I was thinking, and this is this is actually coming back to the banter. It's like, oh, you're being dumb. Let me show how dumb you are. This is a black only pub.
Yeah, and that was exactly what happened. There was a riot where the American military police got called out because they didn't want black servicemen in the pubs, and it was the people of Britain came out and stood there because, and then it ended up with one of the black guys got shot and killed.
Yeah,
The British military. It nearly came to blows between the British civilians and the American military, to the point where the American military were no longer welcome in the village
yeah,
because of the way they treated the black troops.
yeah.
But that's the thing, they did that. That's all across the board because they come over. The Americans come over and they were cases, right? You need to segregate. That's not what we do here. You want to segregate? Fine. Use piss off. You guys are welcome.
Exactly, and I think that's also a very British thing. It's like,
Yeah,
oh, you're trying to tell us what we should do?
yeah.
Go away.
I'm not actually. I'm just actually looking at some of the chat. But yeah, I know it's true. I've got a basic knowledge of Millennium, but I can't remember too much about it. I
Wasn't that the TV show with the guy that actually plays the 1979 Aliens film? The guy that actually gets his chest ripped out.
No,
Uh,
I was John
but
Hurt.
he's
No,
playing a robot later on.
no, this Millennium is a time travel one, and I think it's a romantic. The two of them, I think one of them travels through time or something. Millennium. It was all to do with that. I can't remember. It was a long, long time ago. I've seen it, but and yes, Tomorrow War's fun if you don't think hard about it. Time Tunnel is superb. I love Time Tunnel, and I've got a download version of Time Tunnel. I don't have the full one, and I'm still looking for it. However, still don't have the full copy yet.
This is an
Unfortunately.
interesting one because it has one of the actors that I really like, the Millennium, Chris Christopherson.
Cheryl Ladd is superb as well.
And Cheryl Ladd is also, uh, well, I might be more that she looks gorgeous on the screen, but um,
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the IMDb page with Chris Christopherson, and it's Civil War America, and he's basically loading a machine gun and just firing it off. That's the trailer they're giving on IMDb. But 1936, this guy has been around for some time.
Oh my God. Everyone considered him the coward of the county. Chris Christopherson. I'm just putting a bid on Babylon 5 DVD box set, the ultimate collection. My wife wants me to get it for my Christmas, but
We definitely need to do some Babylon 5 stuff as well
yeah.
because I so love it.
See, I know doing is worth it accordingly, but until the second movie's made, I ain't been near the first. I don't care enough about the franchise to even bother about it. If the two movies are made, the same as Lord of the Rings when they actually announced it was going to be three movies. No interest in seeing the first movie.
I was in hobo camping gear, tent,
Yeah.
sleeping bag outside to get ticket
But as
for
soon as they
premiere
turn
night.
around to me and say, "Oh, by the way, we're making a movie, but we're splitting into two," I'll say, "Fine. I'll wait until the second movie's made and out so I can watch the two of them together." That's like turning around saying, "Right, we're making a TV show. Here's episode one. We don't know if we'll make episode two."
Yeah, you see, I don't like that. But when it came to Lord of the Rings, I was camping outside the cinema, queuing to get premiere night tickets. Literally, like the midnight o'clock tickets. But for The Hobbit, could not care at all.
Yeah. Well, The Hobbit,
But it is because I knew
taking the book that thick and cutting it into three.
it's what you're saying. I knew because they spent 2.5 years making the films. They said we have 1, 2, and 3
I know.
ready.
I waited until the three of them were actually all completing out that I could get the DVD and watch them. I had no interest in watching episode 1 and then wait 2 years for the next episode and then wait another 2 years. But no, not interested. I want to see a full movie. I'm not interested in seeing parts of movies. I hate a movie where I go in and they end it and you're sitting there thinking, what? So I'm terrible for that.
You see, I am terrible for that as well. But
I think we've had these
do
conversations
like
with time travel once before, yes.
And I think it's an art that got lost in the 80s. Even if you look at MacGyver, A-Team, Airwolf, they could do really good cliffhangers. You had a reason to watch the show next week.
Yeah.
They knew how to build it, but today
They don't.
it's like, oh, don't worry, we defeated them.
Yeah.
We'll tell a new story a year from now, and you're going, do I really have the energy to get into it?
Yeah. I'm still reading the thing. You see, there was a great US Army training film with Burgess Meredith. The father Miller actually showed it on his channel. I was on Friday. They showed a wee bit of it with Burgess Meredith about Ale. They only did the Ale bit. It's an hour and a bit. So it is. So yeah, I know what one you're talking about. The differences in Britain during the war. They showed the troops an episode of Good Night Sweetheart. They did. Good Night Sweetheart was another great TV show. Nicholas Lyndhurst came back to basically kidnap people who were about to die. Is that the one where the person wakes up in the plane and all the bodies are getting taken out and dead bodies are put in because the survivors were knocked to sleep? Is that the one? I think I remember, to repopulate the earth. No, I'm not on Discord. Jim is. I know.
Yeah, I'll give that shout out to anyone that wants to contact the channel, but you don't have our Twitter or
Yeah. You
YouTube
can
or
email
anything.
me.
You can reach me on Discord.
You can email me. I'll just dig out my email address just to make sure I've got the right one. Where's my email address? Terrible. I actually have to try and remember my email address on it. Right. That's not. It's pgmaybe@myself.com. Very narcissistic email address. So it is. But yeah, myself.com. So I'm just digging it out and I'll put it in the chat. If anybody needs to contact me or the stream, just contact me at that email address, pgmaybe@myself.com. Because I'm very narcissistic, so it's all about myself, me, my. Terrible, I know. So how bad is that? That was on later. Yeah, it's a different show. I can't remember. Yeah, my daughter was not very happy with that one. Part 1, half a movie. And I hate cliffhanger. You look at one of the best cliffhanger movie TV show endings that never finished was, remember, what was it? The Tates and the Campbells. Soap. They knew they were ending. They were hoping to get another one, so they had a big cliffhanger ending where Chuck gets abducted by aliens, and everybody thinks he's been murdered and stuff like that. And Soap never came back. It was a big cliffhanger and nobody knew it was happening, but I hate cliffhanger endings. If you know you're going to get another season, I can understand them. However, if you're going season to season, why would you have a cliffhanger? It's just to try and get somebody to pay for it. But if it goes nowhere, then you've left people up in the air, not knowing.
You see, I'm slightly. I see where this argument is from, and I agree. Cliffhangers are usually useless, but I'll give you this: the cliffhangers in Friends, they weren't seasonal. They were literally like, "Oh, you have to wait just 7 days because this is within the same season. What will happen
They're
next?"
episodic.
They
They're
played it
yes.
really well.
They're episodic. Yes, episodic cliffhangers are different, but it's the season, the cliffhangers, the
Yes.
season finale cliffhangers. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah,
Episode Space Above and Beyond.
those I
Yes,
really hate
that's
because
another
I
one.
don't
That did
want
it.
to wait 6 months.
Yeah, Space and Above and Beyond did it. They tried to get a second season, so they did a big cliffhanger, and it went nowhere. Which was an absolute bummer because that was a good show, but typical. It went too early. But they do that all the time, try to get a second season. It never goes anywhere. There's some of them that will just give you a wee cliffhanger, as in they'll no leave big things. They'll just leave some small things you'd think, oh, I wonder what happened there. But it's typical. So
I'll give you a little bit of talking material here. So a film, a very good film, that you do not know that there may be a second one. And I'm not talking about stuff like The Matrix or anything. I'm just talking about something that it's not exactly a cliffhanger, but it is, there is more that could happen. How do you like open ending? Because that's what they called in book. It's an open ending. It's up to you as the reader to guess what's going on. But how do you like open endings in terms of knowing that there may be a film coming? It's not exactly cliffhanger, but an open ending.
see, that's the open ended is slightly different. However, if they leave it that open ended, they didn't tell the story, then no interest in it. That's as bad as literally giving you the first half. If you can tie up a story but leave a few loose ends that you could pick up for another one, no issues. However, if you leave it open to the point where, so what happened there? That was the main part of the story. They've left it open ended. That's to me is part one. That is just a variation. If they leave some strings so they could pick up going to the next one, no issues. If they have to finish the story, they can't leave the story open ended, as in no ending to it, because that's as bad as the first part and second part. If it gives a lead, as it said, a lead into the actual next season, fine. That's basically, as you said, leaving it open ended, but it's not leaving the story wide open. What it's doing is coming to a season finale arc, finishing up that arc, and then leaving something for the next season. Like, right, a big battle scene, come to the end, and the Death Star blows up, and they're all cheering, yeah, and then there's a big, glorious procession. But Darth Vader spins off into the thingy. There you go. They've destroyed the Death Star, a conclusion of the story, but there's Darth Vader spinning off into the, not the sunset, but you know what I mean, into space. So you know he's going to come back because they've just showed you something that could lead into the next movie, or leave it open. Even if they didn't have a movie, I wonder what happened to him. That's fine. But if they go in and then suddenly the Death Star doesn't blow up, and you're waiting for the big explosion, and it comes, dun, 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 so it's open ended. Did they destroy it? Didn't they destroy it? That's no finishing the story. That's the difference, I think. If you get to the point where you finish it, but you leave something open for the next season or the next movie, fine, no issues. But if you leave it so open-ended that you don't finish the story, then that's as bad as a two-parter because you're stopped halfway through. Yep, it suggests that
You
think
see,
people will come back.
I like the fact you were going on the Star Wars story.
Yeah, but you think about it.
Because generally what's considered the best Star Wars film by many people, and I have a feeling I'm gonna get my butt kicked by the chat, but it is Empire Strikes Back.
Of course it is.
But that ends on the cliffhanger.
But
It's Luke, Leia, Han in the med bay, and they're going off on the different stories, and it just zooms out from that. That's where it ends. Empire Strikes Back.
But it
It's
didn't
literally
end.
the biggest
It didn't end
cliffhanger
on a
ever.
cliffhanger. It left in an open-ended, but they still finished the story for the movie.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No,
What was
not
the
in Empire
object of the
Strikes
whole?
Back.
What was
It
the object
doesn't
of that
finish
whole
the
movie?
story.
What was the object of that whole movie?
Oh,
It was
wow.
about.
Now
It
you're
was
actually
from the
putting me on the
Empire
spot because I
side.
was so certain that because
It was from
for
the
me
Empire
it's a
side,
cliffhanger. It ends where it shouldn't.
but it doesn't
They
because
needed
you're
more.
taking it from the hero side. It ends where it shouldn't. But it's the Empire Strikes Back. So they had to end in a low for the rebellion because it's
Yes.
the Empire Strikes Back. So from the Empire side, that had an end because they are back on top. So they're the ones having the big ceremony and they're all getting the medals. You don't
Yeah.
see it, you just see the defeated side, as in the rebels.
Exactly, but it leaves for me the cliffhanger taste. It's
Because
like
you're
I
looking at it
want
from
more.
the defeated side. But if it was called the Empire gets its arse kicked again and finished like that, then it's a disappointment. But it's the Empire Strikes Back, so they have to end with the Empire on top, or else the Empire didn't strike back. So they needed that. And that's the point. You're thinking about it as of the main characters from the story, but the story's not about them this time. The story's about the Empire getting back on top. So you think about what you're missing. You're missing the big fanfare. We've succeeded. Everybody's getting medals. Look at them all. But it's not the three main characters, Han, Luke, and Leia. It is the Empire are doing all the celebrating. You don't see it on screen, so there's no big ending, as you said, but it does end because it ends with the Empire back in top, because it's the Empire Strikes Back, so they have to win, they have to lose, or else what's the point? That's why you got Return of the Jedi. They knew they were going to have a third movie. If they didn't think they were going to have a third movie, it wouldn't have been the Empire Strikes Back with a low ending for the heroes. But it wasn't a low ending for the story. The story ended with them getting beaten. That's what it was about. It was about them getting beaten.
Regardless of that, and I agree 100% with what you're saying. Absolutely, there is no doubt. But it's still leaving me with like, I need the next one. Unfortunately, we get the Ewoks, and I will say the Ewoks are cute, especially when they fight in the AT-ATs. But even so, it's like it leaves you with that like I have to watch the next one. I can watch Star Wars,
Mhm.
or as you do not like to call it, A New Hope. Um, I like that one. That one is standalone as it is.
Mhm.
A critical blow to the Empire.
Yeah.
A young hero gets almost his entire journey. He doesn't get perfect. He doesn't get the strongest. He gets enough. But you have to have 4, 5, and 6 together to get Luke's journey.
No, what do you want 4, 5, and 6 have? 1, 2, and 3. Star Wars.
No, one,
Strikes
two, and
Back and
three
the
does
Return of
not
the Jedi.
exist.
Exactly. There
Even
is
though
only 3.
even though I
There is
like them,
only 3, so 4, 5, and 6 don't make sense. You've got Star Wars, Return of the Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi. 1, 2, 3 movies. End of story.
yes. Well, unfortunately, our dear overlord George Lucas just went, "Oh, let's start in the middle of the story," and
Yeah,
then
but I think they're pants anyway, so I don't count them. And I know some people like them. I don't have issues with people like them because my nephews like them and love them. Still talk about them, and I've recently some of the games I've played some of the games which I enjoyed, which
I
were
like
based on
the
that.
racing game.
I like the land race, the pod racer game. I love that. I like the some of the TIE fighter games. I like the land speeder games. I did like them, but however, the problem is I didn't like the movies.
Yeah, it's I am not discarding. So 4, 5, and 6, just to say these are the original. 1, 2, and 3, because the way
This is
we
my
saw them.
channel. It is Star Wars, Return of the Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi.
Stop calling it 4, 5, 6.
That's how they were labeled. Literally, when
Literally,
you read the
they were
scrolling
labeled Star Wars.
title, the first one is literally going, "Oh no, I'm number 4," and you're just going,
No,
"You're
the
number
first one
1."
was Star Wars. It didn't actually say Episode 4. It was Star Wars. They
Yeah,
added the Episode 4 later, but it was the Episode 4.
they did, and
Exactly.
I cannot blame them for being wrong, but I'm just trying to, for the sake of brevity, the 1970s to very early 80s.
So Star Wars, Return, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the
Exactly.
Jedi.
Those films unfortunately had wrong numbers because for me they still 1, 2, and 3. Whatever
Exactly. There's the point.
pre-log, afterlog, whatever you want to call them, an afterlog don't exist. Holy crap, that was really bad Star
No, the
Wars.
sequels were rubbish. The prequels were rubbish.
The prequels held ground, but even for me, I understand what they were trying to say. And everybody hates Jar Jar Binks, but I see him as a very pivotal, like central character because he's the one that's being manipulated by the Dark Overlord, whatever you want to call it. He's the one that brings down the Senate.
Not unless you actually go by what some of the theories out there are. He was the Sith, and he was the one manipulating other
Jar
people to
Jar is
believe it.
Sith.
Have you not seen those theories?
No,
Because
and I'm sorry, I refuse
because
to
of his
believe any of
clumsiness,
it.
he managed to successfully do things when he was being clumsy. How could he have been so accurate with blasters when he was clumsily kicking it and it does exactly what it's needed to do? And it's stupid things like that. But there's a lot of theories that you need to watch a couple of them. There's one that he's actually a Sith. There is
No, no,
one
no,
that
no, no,
he's a
no, no,
Sith.
no, no, no. I can believe that maybe the Force played a part in Jar Jar's clumsy actions. I don't know how to best describe him, but he was not ever a Jedi or a Sith or anything like that. He was just someone caught up in it. I
Yeah.
mean, consider the first, and don't shoot me for this, the first Star Wars film in 2003, which was not the first Star Wars film. His clumsiness, accidental, just fortuitous behavior. It's even something Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan is playing on. because they know that he has this unfortunate ability of being where he shouldn't be, but when he is there, it tends to turn out for the best.
Do a search to see if you can find any articles YouTube about Jar Jar being a Sith, and listen to their Darth Jar Jar, as Colin says. There is a theory out there that he is a Sith and he's using his clumsiness. Honestly, do a search for it, you'll
I am
see
already
articles.
Googling it.
And yeah, there you go. The prequels have been given a rehabilitation. The Star Wars stuff is so bad that people are actually starting to appreciate the prequels. That's how bad they are.
Oh, wow. There's like
And
100
yes, we should
images of
actually now
him
call
being.
it the Schweigsbrüche. Schweigsbrüche. Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. Schweigsbrüche. Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. It's ROTJ, Return of the Jedi.
I'm happy to have you here because I would not have been able to decipher that. I would just go, you what, mate?
Yeah, see, sometimes actually having one of those stupid brains you can decipher stuff.
No,
It's all to do with context.
I'm actually getting curious about Jar Jar because I'm sort of the. I know a lot of people hate Jar Jar,
Oh
even
God,
to the level where they're going J.J. Abrams.
Jar Jar Abrams,
Well,
yeah.
yes, they go on that level, but I don't think he's that bad. I think he's malignantly painted into a
It was comic. It
bad
was comic
corner.
relief. It was comic relief. That's all it's
He's
there for.
comic relief. That I will concede, but he's
So you look at the
still
actor who played
pivotal.
him. Basically, didn't he got so much abuse because of the way they painted the character, that he got the actor who played the part before the CGI and the voiceover got so much abuse because they created a character which was so unlikable and so stupid that people made fun of it. Yet, to me, that's no the fans. That's the people who create such a character that it is so ridiculous that people can't take it seriously, so they just make fun of it. And unfortunately, the guy who played it, he just played it the way they wanted it played, so it's not him. They wanted a particular way, so that was the way he did it, and he did it obviously right. And the problem
Yeah,
is,
this leads down to a really deep conversation on that because even how idiotic some of the statements from actors are on their social media profiles and everything, at the end of the day, when they are in front of a camera, on screen, silver screen, with your home cinema screen for a TV show, whatever, it's a script writer that said, do this, act this way, say this line. And
yeah,
I don't agree because we just reviewed a film made by someone that is today considered being, he's not a good person. He's
yeah,
a really bad person because what he said on social media. But I looked at the film as a standalone and he's
yeah.
actually funny.
And
He's
as Colin says, that type of behaviour is what they call toxic, and it is toxic. If you abuse an actor because of the character they played, it's not because of the person who played that character. If you abuse somebody because they played a character, then that's wrong. But if you, the classic toxic now is if you say, I don't like that character. So abusing the guy, the actor, is toxic. But saying you hate the character of Jar Jar isn't toxic. You can say it is a fucking stupid character, and the way it acted and did it, or the way the character acted in that. That doesn't say anything about the person who made it, who acted it. That's just saying the people who wrote it made a stupid character. That's not toxic, but that's what they class the same. They class both of them the same. But if you abuse an actor or an actress based on the character they play, that's toxic.
Yes.
If they come out and say stupid things about them and their character, and then expect you to actually separate what they say in the character, they're the toxic ones. If you get somebody coming out
Yeah.
and saying, well, my character is just getting rid of it was a study in the male gaze for 40 years, and it's all just all these white guys that I don't want to watch it again, then yes, you can actually turn around and say that person who plays that character is a piece of shit. And I'm not saying anything about Doctor Who at all.
Well, it's not just Doctor Who. It's unfortunately all of our.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So if you abuse somebody based on the character,
no, I'm literally trying to highlight it. I've confessed because the rest of you guys, you love your Doctor Who. You know Doctor Who inside and out. You know Pertwee, Eccleston. You know all of them. But the first time I really, really saw bad, shall we say, reference back to an original story was when they remade MacGyver. And instead of being an action hero, he's not exactly action. He's capable of solving problems.
Yeah.
But in the new version, he is you, the audience, is getting told even before he knows what he needs to do. You're getting chemical formulas just like popping out on the screen.
Yeah, I've seen both. I've seen the new one. The new one is good. I feel so super at the moment. I've decided to just change my personality.
Yeah, but that literally completely dismantled what MacGyver was. And I think
Yes,
it
of
was
course,
even Wendy, she said, I have duct tape in my purse because I know how functional it is, how versatile it is.
Yeah, but the thing is, they don't want people to actually sit and watch it and understand about the building it. They want to actually put it on screen saying, look how smart I am, look at all these mathematical formulas, all these things building. Now that it's done. We don't want to explain how it's done and why we did it. We just want to actually just give you, here, I'm smart, just watch, I'll do it, no problem. And that's what it is. Because they see us as just fucking, we wouldn't understand it. We've not got the brains enough, so we'll just tell you what it is. And look, I'll show you this to show how smart he is. You don't need to actually understand how smart he is because we're telling you he's smart.
Good thing you brought up there. I've actually met Mr. Wheaton and his lady in real life. He is not even
the problem
closely as obnoxious as the alt-right or whatever you want to call it on Twitter is.
I've seen some of his comments.
Is passionate. He likes his geeky stuff.
Yeah, that's the one thing I quite agree. I love Ready Player One. I've got the audio book. It basically became my favourite, and I listened to it 8 times.
Yeah.
Will Wheaton read it, and when he was reading it,
he's very much a geek.
You could hear his inner geek being happy.
Yeah.
So you could. I must admit, yes. I disagree with a lot of what he has been saying because he's saying his politics seem to trump anybody else's.
Sorry, I will separate it. It's not saying outputting because it's correct for Hollywood. Obviously, he wants to get more jobs. He wants to get more roles. He wants
Doesn't
to get
matter if
everything.
you
He
say it,
has to.
if you're saying it to the general public just so the people in Hollywood can hear it, then sorry, you're just as bad as you're saying it to the people anyway. You're saying it to the people. The thing is, he's not saying it in private.
I agree.
He's not saying it in
There
private.
is a balance. We go, here's the people that love me. Here's the people that pay me. Obviously, he has to appease both. But having met him in person, he is definitely. I was actually surprised. I was literally like standing back and just going, "It's like, oh, I'm one of those people you're gonna block on Twitter." And he was going, "It's like, why would I block you on Twitter?"
But the thing is, as soon as you start putting stuff out in the public, saying particular things, doesn't matter if you don't mean them. If you're doing them just so you can get a job, then I can't have any sympathy for you. But the thing is, right there you go, separating the art from the artist, right?
Yes.
I'll give you an example with the Big Bang Theory. I dislike Sheldon immensely. I like Jim Parsons. I love Howard Wolowitz, but
He's everybody's favorite.
But I dislike the actor. I completely dislike the actor, but I love the character. Whereas I hate the Sheldon character, but I like Jim Parsons. So two people in the same, one I dislike the actor, the other one I dislike the character, separating it. Still enjoy the Big Bang Theory. I just don't like it every time Sheldon's on screen. However, have you seen Escape from Planet Earth? It's an animated one. Jim Parsons plays what was his name? The character's name?
I must have missed that one.
Buddy. Yeah, Buddy. He's called Buddy because everybody keeps going, yeah, Buddy. As in he's my yeah, Buddy. It's that type of thing. So Jim Parsons plays it. It's actually really entertaining. It's technically a kids movie, but it's an animated Disney movie. I think it's a Disney. It could be another one of them. But it's Escape from Planet Earth. I'm sure that's the one. There is a couple.
Just giving you a quick catch up because I think the chat has exploded a bit. Even so, it's I agree with the separating the artist from the art. As a like the thing we were reviewing today.
Oh God, yeah.
I know through Friday Night Tights,
I quite agree with that one.
Erotic, all of that. Taika Waititi, pardon for mispronouncing his name, he's been extremely like, oh, there's too many white people liking sci-fi. They need to go away and die. Basically that bad. And I'm just going, that's a very bad take. But you have made some funny, entertaining stories before. Why can't you today? But I have a feeling he is unlike, and this is where I would like to separate Will Wheaton from someone like him. Will Wheaton wants to have some jobs in the future, but as an individual, he's definitely not in that ballpark. He is maybe agreeing. I can't say whether he would be voting left or right or Democrat or Republican or whatever it is. I can't tell that because that's his choice. But he's definitely going, oh, so you like what I did? That's very interesting. I want to hear more. Why did you like my stuff? And it seems that he's bringing it on board, regardless of where you're coming from. Whereas I think someone like, unfortunately, the show we enjoyed this evening or early this week, I don't think he cares
Yeah.
If you don't like my stuff, well, you're an absolutely German soldier from early 19th century, mid 20th century, whatever it is. This is what I'm thinking is a separation of that. And having met him, I think he likes the people that likes what he does. And I think it was Archer or was maybe Disaster Area. It's the tabletop show. He actually goes through and explains how
Yeah, it was
tabletop
Archer
game
basically that's here, likes tabletops, he likes his geekiness, he just seems to be in the Hollywood bubble. I understand all that, but as soon as you come out and actually put it down that when you actually disparage people, doesn't matter what, based on their politics, then you have taken the geekiness out because effectively you've turned around and says, doesn't matter if you're geeky, if you don't agree with me. Yeah. And that's the part. So you could think, oh, I'm just doing this to get a job. It makes no difference. As soon as he puts it out there, it's no difference. Colin, I haven't actually seen Hidden Figures. I know that's the one about the coloured women traveling across to NASA, the mathematicians. I checked it in IMDb and I had heard about it, but I haven't seen it. It's just no my type of movie. I'm no, I like a good sci-fi, a good comedy, or a good fantasy, this stuff. But I had heard about it. I haven't seen it, and I haven't seen it. And unfortunately, Taika Waititi is sometimes he's got good stuff, sometimes he's got bad stuff. But I don't like listening to him. I didn't like his character in Free Guy, but he was good in What We Do in the Shadows, and I can't deny that. So sometimes you don't like a guy, but he's still the thing. I dislike Jack Nicholson. Immensely dislike, because to me all his characters are the same. But One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is a superb movie, and his character's great in it. The Shining is a great movie. His character's great in it. But when all his other characters just seem to be the same, I just can't get into any of his other stuff. So I don't really like him as an actor. It's just that. But there's certain movies he's in, he needs that type of character, and he's really good at it.
But that is one of my favorite Nicholson films. It's As Good as It Gets. He's Jack Nicholson. There is no denying it.
The Joker. He was fantastic as a Joker.
Yes, I absolutely loved him as well. But in As Good as It Gets, he's him. There's no acting. There's no nothing. And one of the hardest line, and I know that a film like this could never be made today, but he's being approached by a female fan of him writing the book, and she's asking him, how do you manage to portray a woman so well? He's just going, it's like, I take a man and strip him of all reason, accountability, and intelligence. And he's literally like shaving away anything that would make a reasonable human and just feed his back. And she's just shocked, but there is no further dialogue. When she's that shocked, he just walks away. There is no continuance. And I think those are the things that Jack Nicholson is literally the best at, even if he's just playing Jack Nicholson.
See, that's the thing. So when somebody can just come on and say the stuff that they act exactly the same as it looks like they do in real life, then they're no acting. That's the point. All they're doing is just reading words. Whereas you've got some actors like Robin Williams. You look at the different.
No, Robin Williams is extremely unfair. I mean, the guy was thinking at the speed of light.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is
if you asked him a question, he was standing there tapping his foot, just waiting for you to complete your question. He wasn't that quick.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is in the acting, and look at his acting roles from Mork and Mindy to Dead Poet Society to Good Morning Vietnam. 3 different types of roles, yet
Mrs. Doubtfire, Patch Adams, all of these films that he was in.
Millennium Man.
Millennium Man. But he had a mind running literally at light speed, and the rest of us was standing still in
the mind,
comparison to
believe it or not, I don't think his mind working that fast made any difference, because it was his acting ability. You can have a mind running that fast and still actually not be able to act to save yourself. His mind, yes, that might work for doing ad libs and stuff like that, or when he was doing the genie in Aladdin, because he could just come up with all these things and do all that. That's fine. But when we're talking about an acting thing, how his mind works might have nothing to do with his acting ability.
You see, this is where I disagree. It wasn't how his mind worked, it's how fast he was working. He was literally standing in anything, and this is sadly after he did commit suicide, that I looked back at his career, and I looked at Mrs. Doubtfire, I looked at Patch Adams, I looked at Dead Poet Society, I looked at his stand-up shows and everything. Even when he was being heckled, you could see him literally standing up on stage and was like, can you please finish your heckle so I can deliver my return? And you knew he had the answer, like half a heartbeat.
I'm not denying that he had a fast mind and he could work that thing. To me, that has zero to do with his acting ability. Because if you are doing ad lib acting, yes, no problem. But if you're acting to a script, which a lot of these movies he did also were scripted, they might do the occasional wee bit here and there, but it wasn't. He was actually just making it all up as he would go along, like he did on Mork and Mindy, or he was doing on his stage shows.
But you're spot on here, but I will give you this as a slight tweak to it. If you were blindfolded and were hearing a line, Patch Adams, what's the one where he's playing against Fisher? The guy that is in like a coma. When he has to bring out his passionate side, you can immediately tell there is no one ever that can play Robin Williams in that sense, because he brings out the passion. He has that deep love, but I don't think it is him playing. I think it's him 50 seconds ahead in the future. These are the words I need to say now. This is how I need to inflect them.
No, see, to me, because you can have a great actor that has not got wit at all, no common, their mind's almost a case of they could take a piece of word, somebody say, I want you to emote it this way, and they can actually deliver it like that with spot on. So I don't think it's anything to do with how fast his mind works, how his acting ability, his improv work, and he's acting while he's doing the improv, yes. But if somebody gives him a script, no, I can't see it. His mind working fast, to me, has got nothing to do with how he portrays it. He's a hell of a good actor, we're not denying that. But I'm just saying is the difference between an actor like him with all those different roles compared to like Jack Nicholson, whose all roles are the same. What I'm saying is Jack Nicholson never dings my bell. He does not. At all.
It's not fair to compare Robin Williams with Jack Nicholson.
But actors.
I love a lot of the stuff that Jack Nicholson did. Is he the best actor ever? Hell no. Richard Pryor is better.
Mm-hmm.
And he was wooden at best, but he was funny. He managed to bring persona into what he was playing. Okay, Superman 3, I believe it was, that he was in.
It was
Even
in
though
Superman 3.
Yeah, he was wooden, but I think it was more the script. But he brought as much life to it as he could. But if you look at Robin
They're
Williams'
crazy.
1 hour photo booth, where he's a psychotic stereotype killer, stalker, serial, whatever it is, there is much more volume because how quick his mind is. And I would say it's the same with people like Chris Rock. You think of him as, oh, I'm just stereotypical Black American guy. And yes, he
Depends the
plays
movie, Chris Rock.
but he plays that really well the first time he's meeting up with Jackie Chan in
Rush Hour.
Hour. Yeah, Rush Hour. But you kind of get there is more.
We look at him in CIA, Central Intelligence Agency with the Rock. I liked that movie, but his character was so annoying.
Oh, you see, I love The Rock.
I mean, I
but,
loved Welcome to the Jungle.
It's nowhere near where Sean Connery, who's playing Colonel Hammer, he's really good actor as well.
See, Sean Connery to me fits into the Jack Nicholson one. It depends on the role.
Even so, that is a perfect one where you have actors capable more. Even Nicolas Cage, who is technically considered a stereotype today, it's like, don't worry, it's just a Nicolas Cage film. In this, he was allowed to expand, to do more than just be, hey, I got the face, I'm in front of the camera.
Yeah, but see, to me, Sean Connery fits into the same category as Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson plays Jack Nicholson. Sean Connery plays Sean Connery.
No.
In Bond, it worked, but in Highlander, it didn't work. In Hunt for Red October, it didn't work. They're both good movies. However, Sean Connery playing a Russian with a Scottish accent, or Sean Connery playing a Spaniard with a Scottish accent, shows he doesn't act. He just becomes Sean Connery. He's just out there and he's popular, so people are actually quite happy for him not actually doing anything.
No, well, oh wow, this is a very difficult one to not dismantle. You are accurate, 100%. I agree with you, but let's begin with Highlander. So I don't even know where the main guy is from. But he's definitely not Scottish.
I think he's French.
He's French.
Christopher Lambert is French.
Christopher Lambert, yes. But at the time he got recruited or hired to make the film,
he couldn't speak
even
English.
Speak a single word of English.
Yep.
And then you have a Spaniard played by a Scotsman.
Mm-hmm.
That's just tip of the iceberg.
Mm-hmm.
But you have some amazing actors in there that actually is elevating. Even though you go, it's like, okay, background, throw disbelief or whatever it is to the side, because
the thing is, they could have got away with that. Do you know how they could have done it? Say again? Kurgan. I can't remember the guy's name.
Because he's been in dozens of known
things.
He's even in Starship Troopers.
Mm-hmm. He played the big sergeant at the end who gets the catch of the brain bug.
Yeah. But his role in there, if I put them side to side, I see Kurgan 6.5 foot tall. Sergeant Zim is maybe 6 foot tall. But it's persona, it's deliverance, it's the capacity. And this is where I believe actors are delivering. Just like I was trying to tell before, they may not have been the best, but when it comes to Robin Williams, I'll see him across any scope, any character. Psychotic killer, loving husband, family hero, president of the United
Life
States.
according to Garp.
There are very few actors that don't play themselves well. Robin Williams.
Yeah, there is a few, but there's a few who do play themselves, but they play different versions of themselves. So, like, you've got The Rock, who always plays that same type of character, but you look like Central Intelligence Agency compared to Welcome to the Jungle. Two of them are very similar, very Rock-like characters. However, in the Central Intelligence, he's this guy who he was a big guy who got humiliated and decided not to. So he's still a very nice guy, but he's very highly trained. Welcome to the Jungle. He's just a nice guy who's can fight. Very similar. He's played a similar type of character, but there's enough differences between the two personalities of the character that it still comes through. So he still plays himself to an extent, but he plays variations of himself. That's to me is what a good character can still play himself. But you've got ones who play the exact same in everything they do because that's their persona. So they literally play a version of themselves, but it's the same version in every single movie. So they've only got their private persona and their public persona, and they always
you see that there is, and I will give you two, and then I need to let some Iron Bruce Steve out.
Yeah. Well, what we'll do is we'll need to
I'll
actually come to an end anyway. I think we'll need to actually come to an end shortly because I'm literally, I think I need a wee bit, I need to take some insulin and I definitely need to go and.
Oh, don't play that sound. That's why I'm bursting at the moment.
Yay!
But I'll give you two. And one is actually fairly recent discovery, but we have Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
If you look at him from back in the days when he was a side character in Blade, all the way through Deadpool, even to
Wolverine, Deadpool, and then the Deadpool, the Green Lantern.
Green Lantern. He's the same guy.
Yeah,
but I will give you something that you might think is a bit okay. I might actually agree, and it is Jackie Chan.
Yes, big Jackie
because
Chan
he's
fan.
been for the longest time ninja, super action hero, and everything.
Yeah,
but there was a recent film shot in London and Ireland.
The Foreigner.
The Foreigner, and yes, he does a little bit of his ninja magic, but that's like 2 minutes in the entire film. The rest of it is him being cerebral. He's thinking, he's planning, he's masterminding. He's very, very good. And no, Archer, we're not doing plastic bottles.
What I should say is
Awesome!
or is it? But terrible, I must admit. But as soon as I saw that, I couldn't stop. A wee. But the thing is, the Foreigner was a great movie, and it's about a military, a fighting man using his brains because his body's getting old. But the thing is, it's the same idea. you've got some actors who can portray different characters. You've got some actors who can only play themselves. Then you've got a majority of actors and actresses who play variations on themselves. So they've got, like, I would say, like Jack Nicholson, even supposed to an extent Sean Connery, except maybe in the early James Bond movies, but everything else after, once he became really famous, he plays his public persona. And every movie's almost the same. It's just his public persona out there. Leave Gervich, Extraordinary Gentleman, Hunt for Red October, yeah, I mean, things like that is, and even the Highlander, there are variations. They're basically just Sean Connery being Sean Connery. So he's playing his public persona. Whereas you've got ones like Dwayne Johnson who are playing variations on his public persona. So you can see the similarity, but there's differences in each of the characters. Same as Ryan Reynolds, you can see him in all of them, but there's differences in enough where there's a slight variation on his character, so he can act slightly different in each of his movies. You can't see the same. You couldn't say, "I'll take him from that movie and put him in that one," and it'll be exactly the same. It could be slightly off. You look at take the Ryan Reynolds from Deadpool and try and put him into um, Free Guy, for instance. The characters wouldn't work because you couldn't have that mouthy Ryan Reynolds. Or you take Free Guy and put him into the Green Lantern, wouldn't really work because you couldn't have that naivety in that. But they're still all effectively playing Ryan Reynolds. They're just playing variations on him, and that's the difference. That's what I'm talking about. Some can work around it, some can't. So you've got
But
ones who can play
you
themselves.
see, even Ryan Reynolds has a bit of a scope because when he started his career, one of the earlier films that he was in was against Sandra Bullock, and he had to play the romantic soppy guy that
Oh, that was that was
My Boss and Me or something like that.
it was yes, it's basically Office Romance or something like that. Yeah, I've got that somewhere. I'm just trying to remember.
But that wasn't Ryan Reynolds, not as we know him today, with the cheeky, always have a comeback. He's more reserved, and I actually liked seeing him playing that kind of level. It gave him more scope, more depth
But yeah,
to what he could do.
it's a double-edged sword, right? You get some people who fit into a character type to the point where a lot of their movies are the same character type. Ryan
Yeah, I
Reynolds,
mean,
similar
if you look
character
at Ryan
types.
Reynolds today, you
Dwayne
expect
Johnson,
Deadpool.
similar character types. Jackie Chan, similar character types. Then you get other ones who are unfortunate. So you'll get Klinger.
Yep.
Can he get another job after it because people see him as Klinger? Oh, who else? Spock, Leonard Nimoy. Couldn't really get a big thing because people saw him as Spock. And that's the thing. Some people can actually fit into that character.
But you
And
see,
it, and it
think
expand and it become
Nimoy got
popular.
trapped because he had a very distinctive, very deep voice. Whenever he spoke, it was like really deep. He wasn't pretending.
Telling you.
Exactly. So Nimoy had that. You could tell whenever it was him because he couldn't change voice. But did he try? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, but there's also the aspect of it, like as I was saying, you've got Ryan Reynolds and Sean Connery, even they, because they're popular, they effectively play the same character in everything. However, you've got ones who are like Spock, who become popular, but because they're cast as that one character, their popularity doesn't go across. Because as soon as they go in and try something else, people say that's weird because he's no Spock. That's the difference. You've got ones who can be typecast and they can't break out of it, and other ones they can be typecast, but they're typecast into a character type rather than a character. So the
This
ones
is why I
the
love The
actors,
Foreigner
it's
with
the characters can
Jackie
actually
Chan,
be that.
because it's him, and you're literally sitting on the edge of your seat. You're literally leaning forward. It's like, I expect super ninja moves, and he's gonna
Yeah,
defeat everything.
when like Jackie Chan comes on, you actually expect a lot of really action.
Yes, you do, but in this one, it's so weird. It like brings you down into it rather than just like, oh, he's a superhero. No. He knows his
Yeah,
stuff.
people know their cast, but the difference between like even like Sylvester Stallone, Clint Eastwood, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, it's the same idea. Yes, they fall into a character type. However,
I
could
will
you
even
imagine
say
Clint Eastwood
that
if he was typecast as nobody from the spaghetti westerns trying to do Magnum? Because people would say, "Oh well, where's his poncho? He just doesn't look right." Because it's the character he's typecast as, rather than a character type. And that's the thing. The ones who act them the very similar in every movie is because they're in a character type, not necessarily the same character. Whereas you've got other ones, to me, just it's the same character, just in different situations.
yeah, I will respond to the softer areas comment here. It's Arnie, Arnold Schwarzenegger, in Twins. He was very much still Arnie, but he was trying to make more of it. And then there were tons of more comedy films coming
Sylvester
out
Stallone
after it.
in Stop or My Mum Will Shoot.
Oh, that was a brilliant one.
Yeah,
But
Estelle
that
Getty
was
was
actually
fantastic in
tempered
it.
because of what the film was about.
Yeah,
So
it's
he was
perfect
more
because Estelle
forced.
Getty was absolutely amazing in it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
old like me from one oh, what was it called? I was going to say Wonder Years, but it isn't. It's the Pygmy Girls, the Golden Girls,
Gold,
Old Ma,
golden years, golden
oldest.
girl.
But basically, the thing is, they still break out of the mold slightly. So you do get the occasional Arnold Schwarzenegger doing Twins, or Sylvester Stallone doing Stop or My Mum Will Shoot, whereas they take or Arnold Schwarzenegger in Last Action Hero. They take their persona of their character and then they mess around with it because
Yes.
look at me, like at Last Action Hero, his character literally comes out the screen and he goes, "Watch this!" Bang! Oh, it didn't blow up. The garden didn't blow up because it's real life, not a TV show. But he acts like his TV show character, which are just fun.
Yeah, but the Last Action Hero, the
Popped in
scene you
and
were
weird.
describing is actually part of it, because this is after the fact that he was starting to be allowed to play more than like the um, super efficient jungle commando
Yeah.
killing
That's what I'm saying. He
predators.
can take those characters and he can play with them. So there's variations on it, but they know they can take the mickey out of their own characters. It's the same as the Expendables. They play the older hard guys, but they know they're taking the mickey out of them and they can play with it.
Yeah.
And I was just saying, MC High, we're actually about to finish. Just coming in at the end. Sorry.
Apologies, MC. We're getting up on the 4 hour mark.
Yeah, I know, and I'm bursting for a loo, and I need to go and take some insulin, so we will need to finish up. However, guys, join us tomorrow for Wheel of Time.
We should probably hype it up a bit more because we have never done a Sunday stream before.
Yeah,
But
that's
it will
right,
be
right.
me and PJ at the minimum. There will
Right.
probably be
Listen.
some guests, but we
Gucci,
will be
Gucci
looking
style.
into Wheel of Time.
So, Wheel of Time, new show. It started on Friday. None of the two of us have watched it. We are going to watch it tomorrow. Then we are going to do a stream. First Sunday stream. I don't think I've done a Sunday stream before, but it could be. But it's first Sunday stream in a while. Both Jim and I are big book fans. I've got all the books sitting there. I'm going through them all, and I love the Wheel of Time. And we're going to we're going to basically look at it, see how it's not going to be the same. When there's no denying it, it's not going to be the same. We're going to be looking at it and see what we think about it. Then we're going to talk about it in comparison to the books where we think it is. But there's a full season, so every Sunday we're going to do this for the Wheel of Time.
Yeah.
And we're going to watch it on the Sunday prior to, so we're not going to watch it before the Saturday stream, but we'll watch it before the Sunday stream, and then we'll catch up there. So we will.
I just have a feeling we have an hour and a half before Archer Collin has his stream. But I feel that there is going to be so much that we want to dig into. It is going to be insane,
Right?
because I'm so afraid. I know I want to watch it tomorrow morning, but I'm actually scared.
Yeah. Well, Disaster's Area says he's not seen it yet. He's only seen the trailer. So talking about trailers, and this will only take a wee second or 2 or 30. I still got a voiceover to do. I'm going to ask my wife to actually do a voiceover for that, just reading it as they come up on the screen, and then I'll just paste that on and see how that sounds. Because I could do it, but because it's Aes Sedai, it needs to be a female voice. And believe
me, I'm not reading it along those lines. No way, no how. And I'm not going to sing it either.
But so I've already got the trailer ready, so we're going to talk about that.
Well, we already sort of gone through, and this might have been 6 weeks ago. You and I were both, and I know we were kind of like scaring everybody away because we were talking about the books and what the trailer was and what we saw, and
yeah.
Again, I am going to watch it tomorrow morning, and I will try to curb my enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Because I have my mind Ran. Ran has to be bright red hair. Not like neon light.
Red
He does not need the one thing about him. He should look like he doesn't belong in the village.
Well, that's the one thing the trailer gives that, because a lot of the people in the village, it sort of takes it away with other trailers, but the main trailer was a majority of them have really got dark skin and really dark hair, whereas he's pale. He stands out. He's I wouldn't say he's taller, but he's skinnier, and his hair is almost like it's not red, but it's almost like an auburn, so it's got a red tint to it. But that was only in the Wine Spring Inn, so we don't really know a lot about it. But we'll see how it goes, because to me, he should have been taller. But Perrin's the one, based on the thing, the guy who plays Matt just looks a wee bit too rough to play Matt. Matt's meant to be the trickster, so he's meant to be a wee bit untidy, not scruffy. But Perrin is meant to be this blacksmith.
Well,
He
but
needs to
exactly,
look
you should
powerful.
get the feel right from the start that Matt is a trickster. He's not to be trusted, but he's still a friend.
Yeah, he's not so much he's not to be trusted. He's not to be trusted with your cakes, your silly things. Don't open the fireworks. Don't do this. Don't do that. But it's not a case of you left your money. Matt wouldn't go, oh, somebody's left their money. And away
No,
with it.
he's
That's
not a
different.
thief. He's a trickster more
Yeah,
than anything.
he's a scruffy looking nerf herder.
Who are you calling a scruffy looking nerf herder?
But yeah, I mean, it is that. He's meant to be look like a bit of an untidy trickster. He's not meant to look like a rogue, a thief, a thing. And that's the to me, they've made him look the scruffy, oh Christ almighty, I wouldn't put my bag down if he's nearby type of character.
Yes.
There is aspects of it later on, but what I'm saying is at the beginning he doesn't come across he's a joker. That's all he is. He's what to play a joke on people. He doesn't want to actually
Exactly. Rand and Perrin wouldn't care leaving their valuables with
exactly.
him.
But the thing
But a
is,
stranger would go, maybe not.
yeah, but the thing is, we will discuss it tomorrow. We will both have a look at that. The trailer we've had a look at, we've had a discussion about. We're going to look at that. But I think what we're going to do, ladies and gents, so tomorrow night, Sunday night, is Wheel of Time first episode numero uno. Wednesday is going to be our Doctor Who Happy Birthday to You stream. We're all going to actually, prior to it, watch the An Unearthly Child, William Hartnell's first episode. The good thing is, it's only the one episode, and we're just going to discuss that and talk about Doctor Who starting off on his birthday. I know it's the day after his birthday, but you get there. So, that's what we're planning for Sunday and Wednesday. So, join us tomorrow at 8 o'clock, for first episode Wheel of Time and see how we go from there. Okay,
And
guys.
for those of you that want to get a head start on us, it's Robert Jordan, Wheel of Time. Look it up on Amazon. I believe it's audiobooks. You can easily get your hands on it.
The books are all, I've got the books all here. As I said, the books are that popular, they've even got the card game. There's never even been out the card pack.
I will give this. It's accessible. It's very easy read. It is not as heavy as say something like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
It's very easy to read, get into the universe. So if you do have the time, do start reading.
They are big books.
Yes.
The biggest book is Lord of Chaos. It is something like 6 or is it 800 pages, but it's literally that thick. But the thing is, the books are actually really good. There is a couple of the books that are a bit drawn out. They just go round in circles to get to, and there's certain parts you can skip. But the first 3 books, the first 3 books, or the first 5 books are my favourite, but the first 3 books to me set it all up. If you read the first book and you don't like it, there's no point going any further. The first book is great at world building, setting the scene, and getting you on the road. If you don't like the first book, there's no point. Yeah. But as Archer says, so I'm assuming that when he's talking about getting in cold, means he's not read the books, which could be interesting to see how he finds it compared to that. Okay.
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting. If you have not read the books, like me and PJ, I mean, we read it when it came out religiously. You're telling me about the cracked books that you have.
Yeah,
I've been the same. It's it's been a long-standing story, and it's the same for me when it comes to Lord of the Rings. I am loving the Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers, the Return of the King that Peter Jackson made.
Yeah.
Visually, they're amazing, but they're not as good as the book. But the book is very different from.
Yeah.
But let's get back to Eye of the World.
Just a quick finish. Right, that's the first book. I've got the first 5 books on paperback. The rest of them are all hardback, as you can see. Every time
just put your thumb next to it so people can see how thick it really is.
Yeah. Right, but that's small in comparison to. Whoa, that's my Dalek egg cup. In comparison to Lords of Chaos, there's the Lords of Chaos book. There's the Wheel of Time. Look at it. That's the Lords of Chaos book. There's my hand. The whole hand. It's a big book. It has got 900 pages or 901. That's including the glossary of terms and it's got a glossary of all the wording and all that. But as you can see, nice big thick book. That's the thickest book, 900 pages. And
essentially, if you want to read through the proper part of the story without Sanderson, you're still looking at a good 10,000 pages.
Yes, easily, because there is the, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 books, 1 prequel. So there is 14 books all in all. The last 3 were done by Brandon Sanderson. I wasn't keen. It was meant to be a finalised book, and they basically split it into 3. Added new characters, not even characters, added new races and new enemies, and it just sort of it fizzled. However, but the question, the last question we'll answer is how many seasons do they plan? Well, based on the fact that the first season seems to be taking in books 1 and 2 and part of 3, so they're going to shift it all over the place by the looks of it. God knows. I would assume it's going to either try to go and get about 4, 5 seasons.
I'm not a fan of that because there's so much.
There's so much they're going to skip.
So much in 2, so much in 3.
Yeah. But the problem is they're just sticking to the main for the first season. And I think after that, they might slow down and just actually take all the bits. Anyway, we'll talk about that tomorrow. So, guys, thank you for joining us. Thank you for staying with us for the 4 hours, 17 minutes, 35 seconds. Not that I'm counting. But, guys, thank you very much. And remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. Myself and Jim, we will start to leave on a high. So good night, all.